Hey, what's up? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's going on, everybody? What's good? Who's in the chat, man? What's up, Luther? What's good? What's up, family? Where's everybody at? Say something in the chat, man. Please hit the like button too. Where's everybody at? What's good, y'all? It's good to see you guys. All right. Who's here? Let me know who's here in the chat, man. Please hit the thumbs up. Please share the video if you can. All right, on all your your socials and all of that, Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is. All right, whatever it is you using. All right, support. All right, what's good, Rafa? What's good, Edjor Quiola? What's good, everybody? Oh man, Rolly Romero and Teofimo Lopez. All right, we are on the zone watching this. Of course, I still have this ultimate package that I paid for last year. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty close to getting running out of my pay-per-views. um I don't know how much time I got left. This is a pay-per-view. I don't know why it's a pay-per-view. I don't know why anything on DAZN is a pay-per-view at this point. Um Very expensive sport to watch. Um Shout out to everyone that is streaming this whatever way they can for free. Because this is a very expensive sport to support. Very expensive now. It's ridiculous. But the zone has everybody. This is a PBC event. Okay, the PBC is there. Top Rank is there. Everybody else has already been there. Everybody's there except Sufa. All right, but shout out to everyone. What's up? What's up, Ayo? What's up, Tao? What's good? What's good? Sweet science. What's happening? Um, 80 seems a little steep, or is it just me? It shouldn't be nothing. It should just be a free fight with the subscription. That's all it should be. I don't know why it's this much money. It's way too much money at this point. Um, Again, it's a very expensive sport to support. I don't know what we're gonna do. And I've said this in a recent video that I did. I'm not happy with the direction the sport is going. I'm not happy with. I don't like the way things are going this year. I don't. Um, a lot of fights are not happening that are supposed to happen. I'm like, what are we paying all this money for? To just get mediocre? Like, this is just a regular fight. You know what I mean? It's not a bad fight at all because Rolly is doing his thing. Rolly's slowly improving. Um, and he is coming off of the win against Ryan, but like I've said in the past, there's a lot of guys that's over there on the PBC that was able to pick up a title at 140 with the WBA, and they were lightweights coming up, picking up that, getting the opportunity just because they were with the PBC and the WBA. You know how that goes. And Rolly was one of those guys. So yes, he is a 2 division champ. And yes, he does deserve his credit for being Ryan. Um, if Ryan decides to not show up for a fight, that's on him. It's up to him to have the discipline to be better prepared for a fight. Rolly was clearly prepared. And to be honest, I think I did a breakdown. I said something like, I think he's looked more impressive in his fight since the Tank fight. Now I know that Pitbull stopped him and everything like that. I know the Barroso fight, he didn't look good. Um, but I'm saying overall, if I'm comparing what I've seen in his most recent fights compared to how he was like back when he fought Jackson Marinas, I think he's improved. You know what I mean? I think he's improved. Before we get started, I just want to say something. I want to say a few things. Um, Rest in peace to Pritchard Cologne. Okay. I'm sure if you didn't know, Pritchard Cologne was involved in a fight over a decade ago now. You know, I remember talking about it on the channel when it happened, where he had a brain injury, which changed his life forever. I mean, he's no longer the same. He was hit in the back of the head. This week, when he passed away, it actually made me revisit the fight. I remember seeing the fight then, but it made me revisit. And it's like when I watched the fight, and I've said this for other people that's passed in sport, you know, or guys that got badly hurt. And, you know, we as fans, right? Like I feel like, yeah, in a sense, as fans, we we kind of we are savage. We get excited when we see knockouts, you know, guys getting knocked out, laid out. You guys see my reactions. My reactions are like those are real. Like I'm not doing it for the views. Those are my real reactions. There's very few things that could get me that excited. And the rabbit punches, sometimes we complain when a fighter takes a knee and they're complaining like, oh, he hit me in the back of the head. Sometimes it looks like a fighter is complaining. But there's situations like that, even in that scenario and in that live fight when he went down from getting hit in the back of the head, even the crowd reacted and they started booing. You know, I'm sure some people was booing towards his opponent, but some people were probably booing towards him just taking a knee because he got hit in the back of the head. And it changed his life forever. He was no longer the same. And he passed away this past week. And rest in peace to him. You know, there's so many fighters that's passed away over the years from boxing. You know, and you know, it was finally his time. So rest in peace to him. Also, before the first fight starts, I want to say rest in peace to Zolani Tete. Um, his situation was different. You know, I personally haven't seen him fight since his loss to uh, 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 the Philippine fighter, um, Rio Casamero. I remember he had a couple fights. I know the last fight he was involved in, he tested positive for drug tests, and that was like 3-4 years ago. And he was shot and killed in front of his home in South Africa. Um, and he was only 38 years old. You know, I don't know if he was still serving his suspension. I don't know, but I want to say rest in peace to him. And my condolences to his family. Such a tragic death. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was going on back at home, but him to get murdered that way, um, sad, very sad to hear. All right. He was actually doing his thing at 118 at once upon a time when they had the tournament that he was a part of that time when they were doing the World Series of Boxing tournaments. So he was around that time, and I got the privilege to cover some of his fights on here back when the zone was first starting out. You guys, so I'm sure some of you guys were here. Whenever those years was happening, we was covering some of the fights at 118. And so I just want to say rest in peace to him. And this is off boxing, but I also want to say rest in peace to Michael Wright, the actor that just passed away. Um, from the Five Heartbeats, which is a classic film. Also, you know, one of my favorite films growing up, Sugar Hill. And he also played in Money Talks with Chris Tucker, which is another film. I love Chris Tucker. Big fan. He passed away at 70. Um, yeah, it's been like a few days of just big deaths in sport, outside of the sport. So I just want to say rest in peace to him because he was a part of some classic films. All right, and yeah, so I wanted to get that out of the way before the fight started. I don't want to drag. I don't want to lower the energy and all that. But the first fight is about to come up. I did get a chance to see. I saw some of the preliminary fights. I don't know if you guys were watching the pre-fights earlier. That was free. It's on the YouTube. Was on the Zone, and I was watching a little bit of the pre-fights, and I was watching this guy. Romero. I've seen him before, but he was doing his thing. He got a crazy first round TKO. Beast looks sharp. Only 20 years old. Um, I think he's fighting at middleweight, super middleweight. Pretty dope. I saw a little bit of that as I was getting ready to go on a live tonight. Um, this fight here is who's starting now? Who's starting now? So we got a pretty decent card. You got Hernandez, who I'm looking for, and it's a Yoan Lee Hernandez from Cuba. Looking forward to seeing this fight. We've seen him a couple of times on the card. We covered a few of his fights because he's been on a lot of the undercards on these fights recently. So I'm looking forward to seeing him on the undercard. Okay. You got Gary Antonio Russell. This is the smallest of the Russell brothers. He's going to be fighting Victor Santillan. And right now we got Israel. Yeah, Israel Mercado against Carlos. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Carlos. I'm not familiar with his opponent. But Israel Mercado, we just watched him recently. He had a dope fight on a card recently. I can't remember who he fought. So I'm not familiar with the Colombian fighter that he's fighting, but we'll check him out. We'll see. Yeah, Zufa is not playing any games. I don't know if they're going to take over, but let me tell you something. If all of the promoters are working together now, all right, it looks like they're gearing up to be a dire. They all are gearing up to work together in order to make sure the Zufa doesn't take over. All right, and we talk a little bit more about that. We'll talk a little bit about that as we through the night. I do want to talk a little bit about Zufa. I do want to talk about some of the cards that's coming up, some of the cards I've seen recently. I do want to talk about that fight last night with Amanda Serrano. I saw that bullshit this morning. First thing, I woke up and I watched it, and I was very unhappy with what I saw. So we talk a little bit about that, and we got all night. So I know you guys are saying he's good in the comments. I don't believe I've seen him. Maybe I have. But you guys are saying this kid is good. I seen Mercado before though. He had a dope fight on here. I think one of his draws is a fight that was on the undercard. I just can't remember his opponent, but let's see. Not much action. Both kind of staring at each other. They both seem to be waiting on the counter. Both just staring at each other. Let's get some punches in. Mercado looks. I'm sorry, not much. Is it Utria? Looks more relaxed, but he's not really throwing too much. They both looking to counter though. A lot of stabs to the body. No one's really committing yet though. Halfway through the first round, not much action from neither. Mercado just caught him with a right hand and with a left hook. That's the cleanest shot that landed so far. Ooh, Utria caught him. Oh, Mercado's starting to fight, but he's leaving himself open. Utria caught him with a few good shots right there. Mercado got touched and he started just swinging, leaving himself open. Utria starting to walk him down a little bit. Trio does looks. Whoa, Trio almost got caught with that backhand. You got to be careful. Is it me or does Atria has a very long, a very high, uh, rare headline? You guys notice that? It's like in the center. It's like all the way up here. Like whoever his barber is cutting the rear line too high. Like you know how we say you pushing your hairline back? It looked like somebody's pushing the back of his hairline up. Looks crazy. This is a good fight right now. All right, it's just started to turn up. It's starting to turn up a little bit. But Tria got to step into that right hand a little bit more though. He's lunging in. He's too far out. He's not in range, and he's just lunging. He's gonna get caught. Trio wants a WBC Grand Prix. Okay, okay. Got you, got you, got you. Luther says, I want Zufa to be competitive against the zone, though. They need to make better main events. You know, what I will say is this. The problem with Zufa right now is that when they was talking about it and leading up to their first card, they've been talking about moving away from the sanctioning bodies. Now that they started and they've been throwing events, you can tell they're signing fighters that still want to make history with the sanctioning bodies. So them saying all of that stuff before throwing their first event and now signing fighters that still want to make history the old fashioned way is doing it their way is much harder than what they thought it was going to be. You know, even with the money that they're throwing at the fighters early, because everybody does that when they come out. You know what I mean? Everybody has a rolling out party. They sign fighters for big money. You know, the Saudis was doing the same with the fighters when they got in. At the end of the day, fighters still want those titles. You know, people don't want the Zuffa belt. They don't want the Zuffa belt yet. You know, there's no what's up, Freeze? There's no desire for that title. And Zuffa is going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Are they going to keep signing fighters that's going to want a piece of the sanctioned bodies? How long are they going to continue to do that? I know they're doing it now because they want to sign these fighters and they want to give them what that they want. But at some point, they're going to have to start using their title as a means to sign fighters. Like, listen, we're going to sign you for this money, but you got to fight for our title. Okay, we're trying to move away from the sanctioning bodies. It's a pretty good fight now. Mercado just landed a good hook there. I mean, they're both getting in. They both getting their shots off so far in this fight. They're both like no one's clearly winning. I can see a little blood coming out of the nose of Utria. So this is a good little scrap so far. He said the Rollies card is so dirt. This fight is pretty good though so far. It's pretty decent. Ooh, Mercado caught him going straight back. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just pretty even. It's a 10 rounder too. It's pretty even scrap so far. Mercado might. I mean, Mercado's winning this round. Mercado's starting to gain some confidence here. He's lunging too. Utria could. There's opportunities for Utria to counter Mercado. He kind of Mercado likes to lunge. He like leaps in when he throws his shot sometime. And if Utria got a good check hook, he can catch this guy lunging in if he times it right. But I haven't really seen him take advantage of that. What's up, DJ? Say so was good. Yeah, hit that like button. Yeah, so I think I say all that about Sufa. We can't forget Zufa is their officially their first year. We haven't even gone to a full year of Zufa. And what are there like 9 cards already? You know what I mean? Um, they got some big signings. You know, they got Shakur. I do want to make a video about Shakur. I still haven't yet. Um, really not happy with the direction Shakur is going right now because it seems like Zufa, unless I mean, I don't know who he's gonna fight. Like I don't know what the game plan is. It's like he got signed, but who did he get signed? Normally, these guys get signed and they have an opponent. I know he claims he doesn't want to fight Jose Valenzuela, but I mean, as far as Zufa fighters at 135, that is the guy to fight. You know, it's not a bad fight. It's just not the fight we want. You know what I mean? So, um, I don't know what's gonna go over there. What's gonna happen over there with Shakur. I don't know what's gonna happen with him, but uh, I don't know. We just gotta wait and see, man. Like I said, I'm not happy he paying us all this money to watch boxing, and they not even giving us the fights we want. I don't know what's going on over there, but they need to fix that. Mercado caught him with a right and a left. Ooh, body shot from Mercado. Nice exchange though. Trias could catch him as well. They're in the pocket. They're in the pocket now. Oh, all right. Back to throwing jabs, but it's like Mercado. He likes to fight. Anytime he gets caught with a shot or two, he starts trying to bang it. Like he starts to try to trade a little bit, and he's winning this right now, in my opinion. Atria doesn't seem bothered by Mercado's power though. He's getting caught with some good power shots, but he seems to be he still seems to be chilling. But I think Mercado's doing the better work for now. Smash the like button, please. Hit that thumbs up. Is Utria like I mean, there's still a lot of fight left. We on the third round out of 10. Is Utria saving himself for the second half? Because he's not throwing that much in this fight so far. Or is he just looking for one big shot? Is he trying to set up Mercado? I mean, the openings are there. Tria caught him with a not the cleanest overhand right this there, but ooh, Mercado caught him with another huge shot. Tria ate it though. Tria got a chin. Tria's taking some big shots. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what's going on with Keyshawn. I don't know what's going on with any of these dudes, man. I don't know what's going on with any of these guys. Um, I don't know. We're still waiting to see, what Devin Haney's gonna do. Um, at 147, a lot of time has been wasted. Um, I don't like the way this all looks. I don't even like the way 147 looks right now, to be honest, man. I feel like just after the Bud Spence and Sean Porter, Thurman 47 group, I feel like it's just not it hasn't been good. It hasn't been good. It's just I'm not happy with Utria came out and landed a right hand quick in the fourth. Tria looks at energy is different. Oh, Tria's coming to fight now. He just woke up. Uh-oh. Tria's. Oh, he. Wait, hold on. Tria just changed the yo. The energy is totally different this fourth round. Utria landed like 3, 4 right hands right away out the gate in this fourth round, and they had like a little exchange of words going back into their corners the last round. So I don't know. Maybe that fired them up. Maybe his team told him like, "Yo," because he was taking it easy now in the first few rounds, but now he going to the body. He's being very physical. Mercado don't look like he wants any parts of this. Oh, good hook to the body from Utria. He just turned it up. He just changed it to. He just changed gears completely. Good jab from Utria. Mercado looked like he's trying to tie up. He looked. I think. I think the body shots hurt him. I think the body shots. Mercado looks like he. I don't like his body language. Another one he just landed. Hold on. Yeah, nah. I just got a call. Mercado. I don't like his body language. I don't like his body language. Those body shots. His body shots is hurting him. Is breaking him down. Look, he even he dropped his guard. He's trying to protect that body. Utria got to step it up. He got to keep that energy going. He got to do exactly what he slowed down this last minute or so. But he needs to keep that. I mean, he's definitely won the round. Good shot from Mikado to finish the round. Anyone take it? I think Rolly got a good shot. You know, I think there's a lot of tension in a camp of To. You know, like I said in the breakdown, I think there's been some tension for a while. You know, To is coming off of the loss against Shakur. You know, I mean, I think there's a good shot for Rolly to win with the momentum he's gotten and the fact that he's improving with each fight. You know, I didn't realize that he started boxing like at 17. He started really late. Rolly started boxing late. And it's funny because Tio's been fighting since he was a kid. And he started boxing young, but they both started boxing pro. They both went pro the same year. I'm gonna tell you guys this. If Tio if Tio loses tonight, I think that would be a huge blow moving forward. And I talked a lot about the dad son relationship, which I don't think is that solid. Maybe it is off boxing, but when it comes to boxing, it's not that good. I can see like the way his father and him interact with each other. I can see I can see them losing, falling out with each other because of boxing. I can see them losing their relationship over boxing. They're both obviously passionate about Tio's career, but his father, I don't think who I don't believe, I never believe was a good coach. I think he was a good coach to get Tio to where he's at. But as far as improving, I've been said that Tio needed to move on. Mercado's having actually a good round again. So I don't know. I don't know. I think if Rolly has a good shot in winning, I think tonight is the night. Um, what I will say, and I still think Tio's going to win the fight. I will say that this might be Tio's toughest win. I'm still going to go with Tio. I think Tio boxes and he should win, but I think this might be a tough win. I know he's already had tough wins. Sandor Martin, uh, who else he fight? This guy Claggett and all these guys he fought. Jermaine Ortiz was a weird fight, but it still was a tough fight. This is a very close fight. I mean, Mercado stepped it up this round. I knew Utria looked like he was taking over the last one, but I don't know. Eric, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. He says Teal and 10. Teal and 10. What's up, Maker? What's good? Yeah, so I think I'm still leaning towards Teal though. I think Rolly has a shot, but it's if he didn't beat Ryan, we wouldn't even be talking about this. And I think Ryan, outside of size and power, I don't think he's as good as Teofimo. I don't think, especially that night. I think Ryan definitely looked better against Barrios because I liked him throwing the right hands and everything. Like he was well prepared for that fight. But I think Tio could do so much more than what Ryan could do, especially in that particular fight. Ryan had nothing that fight against Rolly. He had nothing, you know. Um, and again, I don't want to take credit away for Rolly for beating him. All right, but I also believe that Ryan had more to offer against Barrios too. You know, and that's just part of the game. If you don't come in the game on your best, at your best, you're gonna lose. You gonna take a L, and that's what he did. Rolly did what he had to do, but I think Tio has a lot more to offer than what Ryan had to offer. And you know what, and Tio is coming off of a loss, and he has something to prove. I think that whole camp has something to prove. But I just feel like him and his father. I don't know how long that's gonna work. Even in victory tonight, if he is to win, I don't know how that's going to work. How long? They just don't seem like they have that much the great chemistry that they should have as a father son factor. Like I just don't see. I don't see them like. I don't know. I think his father cares too much about. Uh, his father cares too much about himself. He cares about his son, and he wants the best for his son. He loves his son, but he cares too much about him. Even throwing it out there. Yeah, uh, I seen another interview. He's talking about. I seen him at the presser. Yeah, coach of the year. I was coach of the year this year. Yeah, you don't have a stable of fighters, bro. You don't have a stable of fighters. You don't got a guy down at flyweight. You got a guy at lightweight and a guy up at middleweight. You don't you have Tio, and Tio had a great year. Mercado got buzzed. Mercado almost fell. He almost lost. His knees almost went out just now. We're in the sixth round. Nah, I don't know if I would call him a gatekeeper, but I gotta wait and see how he looks. If Tio looks like himself and he's still losing, then maybe we can have that conversation. But I wouldn't call him a gatekeeper. I wouldn't I wouldn't call him a gatekeeper. I just think if he is to lose tonight, he needs to make some serious changes in his career. He needs to go in a completely different direction. And I feel like they're just like there. They're looking for a reason to go in a different direction. Eric, thank you again. He says, "Who fight better wounded? Who's whose heart is bigger?" Um, Teal fights better wounded. Yeah, like I mean, Rolly got knocked around by Pitbull all fight long until he got stopped. And then when Tank knocked him out, it was just like that. And it was over. Now, who has a bigger heart? I can't. I think they both got heart. Theo going into the fight though has most of the he has most of the advantages. He has the experience. He has the experience. Um, you know, I think technically, as a boxer, I mean, I don't even like saying that. You know why? Because Rolly he has a very simple game plan. He don't do too much extra. He has power, you know. He's very basic in his approach, but he's sharpened it up. Yeah, Rolly definitely has more power than Teofimo. I still think the fight is even, but right now Utria is in control in my opinion. Those body shots are hurting Mercado bad. He's now Mercado's taking some power. I think Mercado's gonna go down soon. He's taking some shots here. He's taking some shots. Tria is starting to really walk him down for real. Um, yeah, Tio hasn't displayed much power since he left 135. I think once he moved up to 140, I haven't really seen the power like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, Tio. I don't know. Again, I still think he wins tonight. I still think he wins tonight. I still think he wins. But I still even think that even if he wins, I still believe he needs to move forward from his dad. He has a lot of ability, natural ability. He's very athletic. He moves well. Um, and I think that, him doing all that dancing and all that, being in dance school and all that, I think that has an effect on him. But I still feel like if he had a different coach, I think they could make him even better than what he is. Mercado got him on the ropes. It's like, yo, Utria wins these rounds, like, and he never closes it out, though. He starts these rounds better, and he doesn't close them out good. Mercado always pushes back in the last minute or so. Um, yeah, I think everybody thinks he should leave his dad. I think it's just too many issues, man. I don't even like the. I mean, his corner. Him being in his corner is just the instructions. I think he's like some like as far as like well known coaches. I think he has. Probably, I think he gives them some of the worst instructions I've heard from any active like coach. It's all emotion, not really telling him what he needs to do, more like screaming at him, not really telling him what to do though. What's up, Camp Ish? He says decent little scrap. Yeah, decent scrap. Not a bad fight to start out with. You know, not a not a pay per view card for sure. But it is what it is. Yeah, you know what, Lollery, if I'm saying it right, Lollery 1479. I if the sparring footage is for 2015, like they said, and that's before they both went pro, I can't count it because I've seen Rolly improve over the years, and I can't count how he looked in the fight before he even went pro. Is this not probative for the fight? You know what I mean? Like as far as film study, it doesn't really tell me anything because Teofimo's proved, Rolly has improved. These guys are much bigger than what they were back then. It's like comparing Teofimo to his sparring with Tank when Teofimo's like a little skinny kid fighting Tank. It doesn't make any sense to do it. It doesn't mean anything. Like if Teo were to go to fight a Tank, um, if Tio were to go and fight a Tank, I can't base it off that sparring from when Tio was a little boy. You know what I mean? I just can't. It doesn't really mean anything at this point. These guys are welterweights now. These guys have held titles. Tio has been a pound for pound ish type of fighter. He's been around the area. Mercado's pushing back again in this eighth round. This is gonna be a tough this is going to be a tough one to score because Mercado did pick up some of those early rounds. Utria picked up some of the middle rounds. And it just seems like Utria looked like whenever he's in control, at least he doesn't hold the lead. They look very, very even. They look very even. I think Utria definitely has the power advantage. Like he's been more effective with his punches. But it's just there's just periods where we're not getting anything from him. And Mercado takes over. Clarence, what's up, man? Yeah, that's true, but we can't say that for every single sparring session. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fighters that beat fighters in sparring and lose to them in the real fights. No, Hernandez is not fighting yet. He ain't fight yet. Mercado, nice hook. Tria is not bothered by any of his power though. Like I've seen Utria hurt Mercado. I haven't really seen Mercado really hurt Utria. He's just landed some big shots. Good, 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 good. They nice work from both. Nice little trade in there at the end. Thank you. Yeah, please hit that thumbs up. Please smash that like button. They're showing Rolly Romero enter the arena now. Do you guys got Rolly winning? How many of you got Rolly winning? We talking about this fight. How many of you have Rolly winning this fight? I think the winner. I believe the winner of this fight is probably gonna fight the. Well, I can't say Connor Ben and I can't say Connor Ben and Ryan because I don't know if Connor Ben is even going to stay at 47 after this fight. I mean, they're already saying that they're not going to stay at 47. They shouldn't even be. They shouldn't even be fighting They shouldn't even be fighting at 47 now, Conor Ben. I said that before he fought Prograis. I was like, he can't make 47 no more. He's gonna be drained. Dude ain't fighting 47 for 4 years. Dude fought at 54, 60, 2 fights. Guys can't be coming back down to 47. He don't have no muscle mass no more. He don't got that power. I mean, unless Ryan comes in, I mean, I don't know. You never know with Ryan, man. I don't even like doing predictions on his fights. I really don't. I don't know what he's gonna do. When you think he's gonna get washed up, he does good. When you think he's gonna do good, he does bad. It's like Ryan is just a gamble when it comes to predictions. It's like whatever you get that night, that's what you gonna get. Nothing more, nothing less. Like whatever way he decides to come in that night, that's what he gonna do. We'll see it when he's in there. I watched the presser though, and what I will say is, I watched the presser, and what I will say is that I feel like Rolly, like if I'm just basing it on the interactions and stuff like that, I feel like Rolly feels to me. I just feel like Rolly looks like he's more determined or whatever. Like I don't know. I just like his energy better in the interviews and the presser. But that shit don't mean anything. You know what I mean? That made mean nothing at all. You know what I mean? They both made weight. You know, Rolly's really he's not a tall guy, but he's very muscular. In his last few fights, he's looked extremely muscular. I don't know if that's like a good or bad thing. I mean, he still has speed. We know he has power. Mercado is all over this guy, but he don't got no power. That was a good, nice round. Now, Conor Ben looked strong in that rematch against Chris Eubank. He looked strong in that rematch. He looked very strong in a rematch. That was the best he ever looked in his career. But then again, Conor Ben was, I mean, Chris Eubank probably was drained. But still, I mean, he looked better in the rematch than he did in the first fight for sure. But you know, I don't know, man. With Conor Ben, that Prograis fight was terrible. I don't know what that was. I don't like 47 right now, man. I know they got the names. You got Haney, you got Tio, you got Rolly, you got Ryan, you got Connor, and I still don't like it. And you got Keyshawn. I think. I don't know what Keyshawn is doing. I don't know who's winning this fight, y'all. I think it's still even. I don't think no one has set themselves apart. But I think Mercado looked better in the last round. We got no knockdowns neither. This gonna be a draw. Yo, this gonna be a draw, bro. It's gonna end up being a draw. But I think Mercado is winning right now. But Tria is the undefeated. I guess he's the young. Tria is good, but I wasn't really that impressed with him. I ain't gonna lie. I know y'all saying he's really good, but I think he looked okay. I didn't see anything that stood out about him in this fight. It's gonna be a close. This might be a draw, man. There is a boxing match with a double knockout. Look it up on YouTube. There is one. I've seen it before. I've seen it. I think there's a couple of them. There's clips of it on YouTube. There's a couple of them out there. Yo, Luther, I said that. I said Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia. What did I say? I said that fight is gonna be a juice off. The moment they announced that fight, I was like, oh, that's great. It's gonna be a juice off. They both are gonna be roided. I mean, Conor. I mean, for him to even come down to 147, like, bro, they gotta give him something, man. They gotta give him something to cut that weight. They gotta give him something, man. Just do a juice off, man. No, no drug tests. Just let them do what they want to do and slug it out. Yo, like let them both just come in crazy, roided out. Like, you know what I mean? Like both of them, like Drago and shit, like taking needles and shit, like eggs, eating a bunch of eggs, all of that. Like, just include that in a contract. Let them do what they want to do. You know what I mean? Let them do this for their fight because they both have tested positive before. So let them do what they want. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Like, you be on it, I'll be on it. Like, there'll be no excuses. I agree with what they're saying. I think it's either a draw or Mercado by like 6-4. I didn't write the scores down, but I'm just saying, like, I think Mercado was a little bit more consistent and throughout the fight. And that's why I'm basing it off that. I think like he was just more consistent. Utria was just it's like he was more effective when he was getting busy, but it was just like I think Mercado should get it. But they might give him the draw because the dude is undefeated. Yeah, so we waiting for the scorecards now. Split decision, y'all. 96-94 Utria. It's gonna be a draw. Mercado 96-94. 95-95. Oh no. 97-93. They gave it to Utria. They booing. They gave Mercado 3 rounds. That was a gift. That was a gift. They booing. They booing this, yo, they booing it. 97-93. Mercado won more than 3 rounds, man. Not impressed with Utria. Not impressed. 3 rounds. They did him dirty. Mercado's still being cool though. He not tripping. But they gave him 3 rounds, man. Yeah. He didn't give him three. Giving him 3 rounds is disrespectful because I believe that Mercado won the last two. Oh, and they won, and he won at least two or three of the first few. He just said that. I don't know. They did him dirty. It is what it is. They do the same thing for every undefeated fighter. They give them the first. They give them their first. Their first gift. He got a gift. They the guy Mercado. I don't think Mercado has. I think he has one loss and he has two draws. But 3 rounds is you can make an argument that's a robbery. I don't like calling everything a robbery, but I am doing a Tama Hergovich prediction. I got you. All right. Um, yo, I'm gonna talk about the Amanda Serrano fight. And what was her name that she fought? Who was the name lady? I don't want to get her name. I can't remember her name off top. Uh, Manjor. Manzor. I watched the fight this morning, and Amanda clearly lost the fight. She was losing almost every round, if not every round, before the championship rounds. You know what I mean? The chick, listen, I'm gonna say this. Amanda's past it, right? She is. She hasn't looked good since the rematch with Taylor to me. To me, she has clearly been declining with each and every fight since the rematch fight. The rematch fight, her losing that, I think that physically and mentally took a lot out of her. All right, I will say that. The rematch is the one that was on the undercard of Mike Tyson. That was the height of female boxing. That was a female boxing moment. You know what I mean? They went to war. It was another tough fight. The first one was a great fight. I personally still think the first fight was my favorite. I know the second one is the most popular one because they got the most views, but I thought the first fight was the best fight. I think the second fight was messy because of the headbutts, the cuts. I think that was a physical and mental clash. Like it just took a lot of Amanda. Plus, she's getting up there in age. She's getting up there in her later 30s. She's been in a lot of fights. She's been in like 55 or so fights. This was a 50th professional win. But let me tell you something. I was watching the fight, and it's clear what was going on there. Manjor kept landing the same shot over and over again. I think it was uh she kept leading. She was Manjor a southpaw, or she was a righty. I think she's no Amanda's a southpaw, and she kept leading with that hook, but it looked like a jab. She would turn it into a hook, and she kept constantly doing it. Yo, if you watch the fight, I watched it on YouTube. Amanda just could not get out of the way of that punch. The whole fight, Amanda could not get away. It was just like crazy to see. We got one of the greatest female fighters, and I know she's not in her prime no more. But to see her not know how to adjust and move away, and she did adjust in the fight, and I'll talk about that shortly. But for her to not know how to avoid that punch is embarrassing. I just was like, yo, what is this? The Manjor kept landing the same punch over. It was a jab. She'll step in, land a jab, and then hook. And she kept leading with that same shot. And then the problem is with Amanda. Amanda is she don't got no back foot game. In the third round, she started to adjust and she started to use, some a little bit of lateral movement and stuff like that, and started like throwing everything behind the jab. But that's not what she's good at. So Mansoor kept putting pressure on her. Amanda would back into the ropes, and that's when Mansoor started throwing the right hands and throwing combinations. And Amanda, we know she had dead center, always on the line. It was just I think it was like 7, 8 rounds of that. The whole thing. Amanda was trying to make adjustments and move and counter, and she was landing some shots, but she never sat down on the punches because this Mansoor was coming straight at her. She had no response to it. It was nothing that she could do. It was nothing that she could do. It is what it was. And I think later in the fight, Mansoor started to slow down. Amanda started to pick up the pace. She started going to the body. She started doing stuff that she should have been doing earlier in the fight. But she already gave up too many rounds. You know what I mean? Like, I think Mansoor at least got 8 rounds. I think Mansoor I think Mansoor got at least, I think she got 8 rounds. She got one. And you know what? The thing was, Amanda, again, she did adjust. But when you have to adjust and you're forced to fight on the back foot, where you're in your later 30s and you haven't had to do that, no one's forced you to really do that and fight like that. And you have to do it now at this stage in your career when that's not your game. It's just not a good time. And defensively, she's never really been that good. So it was just like, damn, there's nothing she could do. It was nothing she could do. It was just a bad fight. Um, and she lost in my opinion, and I understand why they gave it to her, because she was trying to have the all-time knockout record, and she was trying to have the 50th win, and I understand it's a big night for her, but she can still get that win. It's not like she's lost. She's never lost. She can still get that win, but I understand it was such a big important night for her. But at the end of the day, like, yo, like, she lost, you know. It's listen. People lose later in their careers. Like Katie Taylor lost to Chantel Cameron and came back and beat her in a rematch. I mean, that's how it works sometimes. Chantel Cameron beat her at 140. Katie went up to fight her. Chantel was just too big, too strong. It was a good close match, but Chantel got it. It is what it is. Katie did a rematch. Yo, looked like a completely different fighter. Sometimes those rematches, sometimes you got the time, you know what to do, you make your adjustments. That's what great fighters do. Amanda, unfortunately, you know, and that's the thing with her. And she's one of the goats. She's top five for sure. But when it comes to adjusting and all of that, like she's not that. She's not that. She has one way to win. She has one way. And you know what? She's very aggressive. She's front foot heavy. She got power. But when somebody pushes you back like that, man, and you're not used to getting pushed like that, especially in your older age, it's a tough fight, man. Tough fight. It was bad to watch, man. I was watching it even in the first 2 rounds alone. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a rough night. I mean, I saw the reactions on social media. I knew right away. What's up, Aquia? I knew right away it was gonna be a tough fight. I knew right away from that first round. All right, guys. I'm sorry. Give me 2 minutes. All right, I gotta just take a important phone call. Give me 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. All right, we got the next fight coming up soon. Uh, I haven't seen Gary Antonio Russell fight for a long time. I remember watching his fights. I I I I didn't think too much of him, as especially compared to the other brothers. I remember seeing I seen his fights with Manny Rodriguez. Um, I remember like when he was a little bit more active, you know, but his lack of activity is showing heavy. Like I think maybe the loss was tough on him because I see there's a gap between 2022 when he lost to Manny in their rematch to now. And wasn't that it was a headbutt? Yeah. Yeah. Remember the first fight? The first fight is when they had the headbutt in the first round. I remember that shit. uh and then they had the rematch where there was another technical, but that was later in the fight. Okay. And then he went 2 years without a fight. He fought once in 2024. He fought once in 2025, and now he's fighting in 2020. Yeah, his activity. He got activity like his older brother. He has activity like him. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what Shakur. I'm really interested in seeing what Shakur is going to do. And I do believe that Keyshawn is probably going to sign with the zone. I think after all of this mess happened with this fallout with the Devin Haney situation, I'm just like, you know what, man? If you just want the money and nothing else, bro, just go to Zufa at this point. Let's go to Zufa. You know what I mean? If Zufa can offer him a bag, go over there, let him have his fights. He doesn't seem to really care about legacy. He's already lost his title on the scales, didn't win a title at 140, pulled out of the negotiations in the at 47, with Haney. Just go to Zufa, bro. They'll pay you a bag to fight whoever. I mean, Richardson Hitches is there at 47. So he should be finding him. He said he heard Usyk vacated his belt because Big Mike was made mandatory challenger. I don't know. I personally don't have a problem with Usyk vacating his titles. I don't like when fighters hold the titles hostage. If you don't want to defend them anymore, then give them up. Seriously. What are you holding them hostage for? If you want to do if you want to fight kickboxers, go and do that. The titles shouldn't have been on the line anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no problems with him vacating the titles. I actually like that the titles are all separated and we can get other title fights going. I actually like that. So I appreciate him for doing that. You already got your legacy. Yeah, it would have been nice to see him fight some of these younger guys. You know what I mean? That's on the come up. It would have been cool to see him, you know, fight. I mean, he fought Daniel Dubois. He fought Triple D, and Triple D is one of the younger guys. Like with Triple D is still in his 20s, I think. Is he? He fought Triple D, and Triple D beat a lot of people, even after losing to Usyk, and then he went on. I think Usyk's. I have no problems, man. Like I hear a lot of content creators, even some that I really respect, and I've heard people come at Usyk. Beats. I love Beats. So you guys know I'm a Beats is my favorite personal favorite channel. But I heard him, and I think he was talking about Usyk and his legacy, and I think a lot of what he was saying was basing it on when fans compare him to the Ali's and all of the other guys. So I hear what he said, and some of the criticisms he's had of Usyk. You know what I mean? Like, yo, I've seen this guy Victor Santillan fight before. I've seen this guy fight before. He looks very familiar. But anyway, I hear what Beats was saying because Beats was saying, like, like fight these guys. Like, why are you holding the belts? You didn't fight this guy. You didn't fight this cool. Like, I agree with him. I agree with him 100%. But I also say, like, listen, those wins against AJ, Fury, and Triple D are holding up very, very well, especially with Triple D, because Triple D lost to you and bounced back twice. You know what I mean? Um, he's bounced back quite a few times. He's you know he lost his fights and was still able to fight and come back and get big wins. You beating Fabio Wardley, you gave Hergovich his first L, you gave Wardley his first L. He gave a lot of people their first L, but he couldn't beat Usyk. So Usyk beating him was good. You know, gave Gerald Miller his first L. He destroyed Anthony Joshua. I think he gets a lot of credit for that. So I gotta give Usyk credit. Now I don't like when the fans go crazy and make it seem like, oh, Usyk could beat everybody from his crime. You know what I mean? From all time, I don't like when people do that. Neither, but I'm not gonna diss the man just because you got some stupid fanboys out here that wants to make it seem like he's the greatest fighter of all time. No, you know what I mean. I don't think this breed of heavyweights. I think they're good heavyweights. I think they've been exciting, but I don't think this generation of heavyweights is the standard. I don't think this is the class of all time great heavyweights. I don't think that. No, you know what I mean. He said Triple D is the only boxer to beat Usyk. uh, this is gonna be a chess match. It looks like it's gonna be a chess match. You got two southpaws here. 12 round. Is this a is it as a title on this? Is a title on the line for this fight? It's a 12-round fight. Is this a WBA? Is this WBA? Because it's not on I don't see it on the box rec. Yeah, Victor Santillan is the WBA interim champion. Oh, interim champion. Interim, whatever the hell that means. What is an interim champion at this point? Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. Fight, I mean, fight. I don't start pausing me, man. Yeah, Heavy D, what's up, man? Yeah. Pause your name, bro. Nah, I think a lot of people been saying that, but I mean, everybody has those issues on YouTube, to be honest, man. A lot of people don't get notified. I mean, a lot of channels complain about the saying, YouTube ain't perfect, man. It is what it is. It's all good. I mean, and plus I haven't really been live, that I haven't really been active um since June. I've been here and there. Um, so it is what it is. It is what it is. But it's all good. This is gonna be a long fight, man. 12 rounds. two southpaws, two boxers. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. If I'm not good, I probably say I'm not gonna say I'm not good, but I'm good. If I'm not good, I'm not gonna tell you, but I'm okay. I'm all right. What's up, Josh? Salute. Shout out to Chicago. Shout out to Chicago. All right, we round two of 40 because that's what it's about to be. It's gonna feel like it's about to be 40 rounds. Russell letting his hands go though. I mean, they both kind of are. They both kind of are. They mixing it up in the pocket a little bit. Santion stepping up. They both going to the body. Santion just got knocked off balance, but they starting to let their hands go a little bit. I like it. Oh, we don't get no head clash again with this guy. Yo, what's up with Gary? What's up with Gary Russell? Didn't he make a comeback fight like maybe a year or so ago against somebody decent? And I guess he just kind of just stopped fighting again. I mean, I know that one comeback fight that he had. I know he started struggling late in the fight, but in the earlier rounds, he still was like fast, powerful. He still looked good. Yeah, I'm gonna do a breakdown. I'll have it up within the next day or two. Um, I be sneaking it. I be watching Moses went for fun sometimes. So I already had started doing a little film study for that. Hergovich. We know his game. Hergovich is tough, strong, durable fighter. But Moses. I mean, his ability is insane. You know what I mean? I'll do a breakdown, but you know, I'll tell you one thing though. I did watch a Terra Moana fight. Terra Moana the other week when he knocked out Savage. I saw it. Dude, I'm so behind, guys. I had so many concept videos to do that I still haven't done. I did a whole research list of American fighters that are all potential heavyweight American fighters, all potential next heavyweight fighters. I think after I seen when Richard Torres Jr. got knocked out, bro, I went all the way through the list of every pro American fighter in the top 50. I did film study. I did my homework. I made a list. I still have the list. I made a list. I was supposed to do that video. Things just happened, but I got you guys. Um, Location, background of all of these fighters. I did all of that because I had to figure out. I've been so disappointed with the American heavyweight. It's just we don't really got nobody, man. I don't know what's going on. But I saw Terra Moana fight, and he did fight Savage, who is a guy that happened to be on my list, Not a guy that I think would be anything big, but he had already fought some of the other up and coming fighters in the heavyweight division. You know what I mean? I didn't think much, but it was a guy that I did see in a couple fights. And Terra Moana tore him up. To be honest, man, Terra Moana is the only heavyweight that's newer to me that I've seen that looks like I still you know, and I know Moses is pretty much damn near. He's at contender level at this point. But out of the young guys, I do like him. You know, I didn't meet him when I took my dad to the fight last year. He got a chance to meet Tara Moana. My dad is only 5'6". I'm 6'2", but my dad's short. My dad has a picture of him and Tara Moana. I'm gonna ask him to text it to me. He met Tara Moana that night and got a chance to chop it up. I think I was mingling with some of the other channels and some of the other uh, boxing journalists. And then he went and he was chopping it up with Tara Moana. He was at the card. He did fight. So I did get a chance to see him live. But I like what I see. I like the size. He has the size. He has the speed. He has the power. You know what I mean? Like he's good. He's good, and you know he's not American. Unfortunately, we don't got nobody. But um, I like to see him keep moving up and slowly develop. Um, and do his thing. Uh, when I met Richard Torres, I took my mom to the last ESPN Top Rank fight. Richard Torres, I told you guys, Richard Torres was sitting by us, so I got a chance to speak to Richard Torres. It was him and Tiger Johnson sitting right next to me and my mom, and Richard Torres, me and him was talking about Terra Moana, and like he was like, he was talking about him. He was like, we was talking about Tama, and we was talking about Terra Moana, and we brought up Terra Moana. Yo, he was like, yo, he's good. I'm sure they sparred, but he was like, the way he told me, he was like, yo, that guy is a beast. And that let me know, the way he told me, that let me know like they sparred. they sparred. Cause he said it like, yo, he's good. He's legit. He looks legit. He looks legit, bro. He's got speed too. He's clean. I though him and telling you, I know Moses he's sneaking his way in right there. He's right. He's one fight away from a title shot. I don't even know. I think they are they upgrading this fight with Hergovich. I don't know, but Artama's a little bit ahead. But I would say as far as up and coming guys that are not really proving yet, I would say Tara Moana probably might be my number one guy. As far as guys that are not contenders yet, top contenders, you know. Some of the other guys that have on an American list, um, I got Ali Felice from Danbury, Connecticut, 22 years old. I got Joshua Edwards. We seen him. He was the guy that fought that white guy that was like only like 20 something years old, but he looked like he was 40. He was a white dude. He had like that blonde hair, like the Hulk Hogan hair. We was on a live and we was making fun of him, but Joshua Edwards couldn't. He was struggling in the fight, And Joshua Edwards is Olympian. Like as far as the up and coming guys, he's supposed to be the next dude from America, but he hasn't really looked impressive to me as a pro. He looks okay. But you guys know, I know you guys were, we was on a live and Joshua Edwards was fighting this ridiculous looking guy, but he started giving him some work and it was hilarious because he was like the funniest looking boxer that we've seen. Uh, there's Brandon Moore from Florida. Um, there's Federico of Pacheco, the younger brother of Diego Pacheco. All right. I seen him. Um, Gustavo Trujillo from Cuba. He's from Cuba. He's not American, but I just stumbled across him and came across and started just checking him out. He's been fighting. He's fighting different. He's not just fighting pro, but I think he's also doing bare knuckle. I think he might even fought Azufa already. All right, Cuban guy. He's pretty good though. Now Demazian Van Houter from Albany. I've seen him. He's on Zuffa. He's been on, I think, at least 2 Zuffa cars already. He's a kid that's still growing, but I think, and maybe it's my New York bias, even though he's from upstate. He looks like he got some potential. He still needs, like, he sees like he's need to get some more size on him. But he's 21 years old. He's 6'6". He's on Zuffa. He's doing his thing. He's got some good knockouts. Check him out. Demosian, Van Houder, and then you got Price Evans. So I'm gonna do an actual video. I'm gonna break this down. We'll talk a little bit because I wrote a lot. I did a lot of research on these guys and I wrote a lot of details on them. But I do want to do a video and I want to talk a little bit more about them in depth because I just feel like we just don't really have anybody. But right now, these are all of the guys that have some kind of potential. I mean, we just don't have anybody. It is what it is. But I'm expecting Moses to do his thing, you know, uh, and beat Hergovich. Uh, Hergovich, he's tough, but he's a tough fighter and he's very experienced, right? He has a lot of heart, he has a lot of confidence, but he has a 1-2, and that's it. He doesn't have like a lot of tools. You know what I mean? He's a big guy. He's durable. He's come to fight. He can trade, but he's a 1-2 fighter. And I think that a guy of Moses' caliber and his ability, I think he'll be able to deal with that. I think the only thing we're worried about at this point is his condition and his chin. That's what everybody says. Everybody says he hasn't really been in a real dogfight yet. His chin hasn't been cracked. Oh, he hasn't gone past X amount of rounds. I think maybe like 8 rounds now. I think the fight with Moses and Franklin was the furthest he went. He went, how many rounds he went? He went 5. Damn, I thought it was longer than that. He only went 5 rounds. He had 2 6-rounders that he went the distance early in his career. But I'm not counting those because those are 6-round fights. But he has a 5 rounds with Jermaine Franklin. And Jermaine Franklin has always been pretty durable. And Jermaine Franklin was in shape for that fight for once. He was actually in good shape, and it just wasn't enough. I think Philip Hergovich is a step up from Jermaine Franklin and probably a top 10 heavyweight. But as far as ability, I don't think he brings that much outside of his experience. I don't think, like, from a technical level, doesn't have good defense, doesn't have speed advantage. Moses might even be, you can make an argument like who's really the more of a puncher between the two. I don't really know. We'll see. But yeah, we got to see Moses go to rounds and all that. We're always going to say that, but he starts out fast, man. It is what it is. He likes to knock people out. He don't want to go the distance. But we'll see. I'll definitely gonna break that down, talk a little bit more about what they offer, and talk about what her, because I'm gonna keep it fair. I'm gonna talk about what Hergovich needs to do in order to win, or at least what I think he needs to do to win a fight. Even though I haven't seen too many flaws with Moses. I haven't seen too many flaws in his game. Not too many. He doesn't make that many mistakes, but even like some of the mistakes he make, he's so athletically gifted as a heavyweight, as a big heavyweight too. He's not a small guy. He moves. He's so light. He has the hand speed and the movement of a guy that's like a light heavy, a light heavy or a cruiser. He moves extremely well. I think the one thing that I don't like what's going on with the belts being split up is the one thing I don't like is the whole WBA situation, right? Whatever's going on over there with the Murad Gassiev. Like, why is Murad Gassiev even Like, how do you like? How do you become champion? Like, what the hell has he done as a heavyweight at all? You know what I mean? Like beating Kubrat Pulev in 2026 is not a championship level fight. Seriously, like, how is beating? I don't understand the WBA. I mean, I do understand what they're doing. They're keeping that belt warm for somebody. But I don't know. Definitely gotta have to talk more about that. So we closing out the fifth round of this 12 round. I'm looking forward to see Hernandez. I'm sure some of you guys are looking forward to seeing him too. And this next fight, a lot of potential there. Big. Where Hernandez is fighting? He's fighting at middle, right? Let me check. Yeah, he's fighting at middleweight. He's a big middleweight from Cuba, only 29 years old. We seen him stop Terrell Gaucher. I mean, he just walked right through Terrell Gaucher. Um, um, I seen some of Ramon's fight with I seen the fight with Brandon Adams. I saw that fight because I was doing film study on Brandon Adams when he one of his recent fights, I think, for the Surrey Bochuk rematch. I don't know. I think Hernandez is just a beast right now, man. I mean, that guy's huge for a middleweight. I mean, that's a big, strong dude, bro. Like, we was covering the Terrell Gaucher fight, and you gotta understand, Terrell Gaucher never really offered that much offensively, but he's always been durable. You know what I mean? He's always been a durable fighter. Nobody ever really stopped him. No one ever came close to stopping him. But Hernandez is, I lost money on that. I thought he would go the distance with him. And he destroyed Terrell Gaucher for those 4 rounds. It was bad. It was ugly. We was on here covering that. I forgot what undercard that was. Yo, let me ask you guys something. I want you guys to answer, and please, everybody that's here, if you could do me a favor and just hit the thumbs up for me real quick, support. Um, what are you guys doing as far as watching these fights? I want uh an honest answer. How many of you are subscribed to the zone? Are you guys subscribed to the zone? Did any of you guys pay for this ultimate package? Are you paying for the pay-per-views individually? Like, let me know. I want to hear from you guys. And I would like to go live and maybe have some guests because I definitely want to have a conversation. We've been talking about pay-per-views and subscriptions for years, but I really want to truly know, are like people just not watching the fights? Are you guys fire sticking this? Are you booting up the fire sticks and just watching it for free, streaming it? Um, are you, you know, is anybody here actually? Oh, word of the day. Thank you. He said, "No, I'm listening to you." I just want to know. I want to know because I know I paid for the ultimate package, but I'm gonna be honest. If I wasn't a content creator, um, if I wasn't a content creator, I don't know how I would still be watching boxing. I don't know. I wouldn't pay for this stuff. I just wouldn't pay. I wouldn't pay for this. I love the sport, but I think I would have. I know I would have became a casual. You know why? Because I would go out to watch some of these fights like I used to. I used to go out and watch it at the bar or whatever. I used to go down to Legends downtown and Midtown. I would order a pay per view here and there for the fighters I really want to see, but I wasn't. I would. I don't know how I would. I don't think I would do this if it wasn't for the channel. You know. So I want to know from you guys. I'm gonna read the comments now. So Amir said, Machida said no. Amir says he has the ultimate package. All right. Tao says he subbed the boxing gyms. E2 said he used to be a subscriber, but it got too expensive. Luther says the zone is way too expensive. I just go to YouTube the next day. My last pay-per-view was Tio versus Shakur, and I regretted it. That's another thing. Just to piggyback off what he just said. Remember, Turkey was posting the pay-per-views like 15 minutes after the pay-per-views at one point, right? You guys remember that? Turkey's channel and the Ring magazine cards. Yo, he was they were up on YouTube probably within an hour after the fight. And they would be pay-per-views sometime. He was posting them on YouTube, on Twitter. I was like, whoa, what? I mean, I pay for it because I'm going live, but I wouldn't pay for this if I would just watch it on YouTube too. Um, you got two more fights. We got one more fight after this before the main event. Oakland, thank you. I appreciate that. He says no subscription, just stream it and listening to your commentary. But Pino said, not gonna lie, I'm watching it through a bootleg stream. Cato says subscription plus pay-per-view is too much, especially with weeks that have back-to-back fights. Yeah. There's certain weeks, there's certain months where we got 3 pay-per-views. Tori said, what's the stream? I don't know what you mean. I'm streaming it off the zone. But I mean, when I say stream, I mean, are you bootlegging it? Like, are you watching it through like pirating it? That's what I mean. Ink says, I can't afford to watch the pay-per-views. So I just listen to streamers such as yourself or Zettel. Appreciate that. I appreciate to you guys that come here and listen to me and you don't have access to the fight. Word of the day say, I don't even think they showed at a bar in Toronto. And yeah, these cars seem a bit much in these times. Luther says, as much as everyone hates Zufa, I really hope they kind of take over. So it's Paramount Plus. Gio, what's up, Gio? He says, I screwed the zone. So I got banned. How'd you get banned from the zone? Freeze said Turkey looking done. Yeah. I don't hope he's all right. Yeah, Mir, that's what I was complaining about earlier. I mean, these guys are not even fighting each other. The quality of the fights are declining, in my opinion. I think they I think during the Ring magazine, Saudi Arabia cards, the quality of fights went up for a few years. Showtime fell off. And I mean, Showtime did have a good final year, right? They had the best cards that year, but they were all pay-per-views. But they finished off strong. But then when Turkey took over, they started putting all these big cards and stuff and having these trailers and all of that. It was dope. But right now, it's weird. We're not in a good space right now. All this Muhammad Ali act stuff, Zufa versus old school. It's weird. It's just weird times that we're in. A lot of guys don't want to fight, overpricing themselves. I think the Turkey money was a blessing for a lot of the guys. It was a blessing. It was a blessing for even content creators like myself to be able to do these lives and do these shows. But I think the unfortunate part about it is that a lot of fighters were overpriced. You know what I mean? And I'm not, that's no hate, man. Like, I want people to get their money, whatever way they get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all trying to make it out here. And I get these fighters, they trying to get their money. They getting paid millions. But I'm gonna be honest. I know as boxing as a dangerous sport it is, it's always been dangerous. In fact, it was way more dangerous before you guys started. I mean, it's always been dangerous. You guys are not. It's much more safe now than it's ever been. And no disrespect, stuff do happen. You know, rest in peace to Pritchard Cologne. You know, but at the end of the day, you guys are getting overpriced. You guys are turning down big fights, great opportunities, legacy fights, and you're getting paid to not even show up. You know, I don't know what Ryan Garcia got paid to fight Rolando Romero that night. But all I know is that they had a whole fight card in NYC in the heart of Times Square, and the whole card was trash. And you guys are getting paid tens of millions of dollars to fight in New York City, and all the fights were bad. All the fights was bad. And it's like, I know Turkey, like, you can just see the frustration. Like, you paying these guys big money, and some of them don't even prepare. You got guys like Keyshawn turning out millions, career high purses, and this guy can't even make weight. Like, it's just sad, man. Like, what's happening, man? Like, I always say, especially with this new breed of fighters, I love Shakur. You guys know I'm a big Shakur supporter. I am. I'm a big Shakur supporter. And I know a lot of people always have criticisms with Floyd, but you know what? A lot of these fighters that are like really technical, like Shakur, really defensive. Shakur is a very good fighter. He's an excellent fighter. He's a superb fighter, but Shakur never had a pretty boy Floyd moment. I was watching some pretty boy Floyd. Like, I watched his debut. I watched a few of his fights when he was pretty boy. That guy was a completely different guy. Like, I know as much Floyd, a lot of people talk like, because Floyd has influenced a lot of these fighters, not just in the ring, but outside of the ring. A lot of these guys, Floyd, he really got it. Like, he really did. He really worked. He chose to be the B side in fights. You know what I mean? Like, those guys, I'm sticking to Floyd. I know you're bringing up Manny. I'm sticking to Floyd because he's a black American fighter. He's an American fighter that really went through wars, coming up, tough fights coming up. I'm not talking about Money May. I'm not talking about when he was already the highest earning boxer. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about pound for pound number one Floyd. I'm talking about the Floyd Mayweather, pretty boy. And as good as he was defensively, he was a beast offensively too. He's always been a beast offensively, but he was really knocking dudes out. And I love Shakur. He's phenomenal, and his wins against like William Cepeda is holding up so well. You know what I mean? Depending on how Teo looks tonight, that win could hold up so well too. But I'm like watching, like, I see Shakur and I see the defense and I see the IQ. He's a genius. But when you stand in the picture next to Ward, Bud, and Floyd, and all of this is happening right now, I don't, he's not those guys. Maybe he could be in one day, but I don't like even, I don't like comparing the new guys to the old guys no more. And I'm not the oldest guy. I'm not like some of these other channels that like really was there and watching fights in the 70s and 80s. I'm not, like I'm not that. But I don't like comparing these guys to them. I don't like doing it. These guys were really active. These guys were taking L's, coming back, still having great careers, and they just kept it going. And I'm not saying that people wasn't ducking back then, like all the fighters back then. No, people ducked back then too. But as a fan and as a consumer, um, I'm very, I'm not a satisfied boxing fan. And if I wasn't a content creator, I wouldn't be coughing up, dishing out money to do this. I wouldn't be. I'm not even gonna lie. I watch F1. I paid for my subscription to watch that. I watch the NBA. I'm watching other stuff. I play. I'm starting to become. I'm starting to play games a little bit more. You know what I mean? I subscribe to Disney, HBO, like Netflix, Hulu, all of this stuff. I don't got no money for this. Like how money? This is expensive, and these guys are not even fighting each other. Ultimate package. What I think the zone is doing though, the zone is starting to sign fighters exclusively. And that is going to be to combat whatever they got going on over there with the zone. I mean, not the zone, with Zufa. If they're going to start signing fighters directly, that means they're going to make you, hey, we're signing you, but you got to fight this person or you got to fight that guy. You can't be doing this. Yo, no, this guy, nah, I need more. No, 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 no. You want to get paid? You have to take these fights. You know what I mean? I like that. I like what they were trying to do with Boots and Virgil Ortiz. I like that. I told you guys, so speaking of Virgil Ortiz, the word going around is that, you know, it might be Jamal or Jamel or Tim Zoo. I told you guys that. I said that's Virgil. That's Virgil. Virgil is going to go in there and fight somebody and try to beat them better than the next fighter. That's what Virgil has done from 140 to 147 and now 154. Virgil is the king of beating the other guy better than the last guy that beat him. And we get them out of there earlier. That's what Virgil does. That's what Virgil does. And he takes good fights, but we gotta see you, guy. We gotta see you against a prime guy. You know. Oh, but Corey, you right. You right. I did see that. I'm bugging. I did see that. He debunked it, but I think that was coming from Virgil's people. Jamel came out and said, "Nah, I talked to Al. You putting in there for Zoo." But that made sense too, and I brought that up in the last 54 video I did. That makes sense. Jamel, Jamel. I mean, he's super inactive, man. 3 years. By the time he get in there with Zoo, it's gonna be past 3 years. I mean, Tim Zoo. I mean, it's still a good fight. I even brought up Keith Thurman. I was like, yo, I wouldn't even be surprised if Keith Thurman's in the mix. What's up, Philly? Told you, Philly, the last video. You are up now. Philly Trees is a op now. I don't like Philly no more, man. I love Philly, but I don't like it no more, man. I gotta see how Philly looking. I gotta see how they look in them games. I was like, if they look like they're a threat this season, I don't know. I gotta watch out for y'all. um, Yeah, I think Jamel and Tim Zoo kind of make sense. It looks like Tim Zoo is gonna be, getting his momentum back by beating guys that are highly inactive. But I mean, for Tim Zoo to get back in his own groove, I guess these are the fights he's gonna have to take. I'm not calling it tune ups because I don't think Errol was a tune up, and I don't think Jamel's gonna be a tune up. But what I'm saying is, if you're looking at the timing of the fight, you know what I mean? 3 years off, former pound for pound, but 3 years off. I told you guys 3 years, in my opinion, is a form of retirement. You're a retired fighter that is returning back to boxing. If you took 3 years off, you are retired coming back to boxing. I've said this about Spence. I've said this about Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman retires, comes back, gets a fight. 3 years is crazy. You know, nah, 3 years is crazy. You taking 3 years and you're in your 30s, your upper 30s. You know, um, but if Jamel can come back and win that some way somehow, uh, it will put him right back in the map very quickly. That's the one thing that could be a good thing that comes out of that. But your chances of winning, I don't know. The Tim Tszyu fight was supposed to happen at one point. Jamel was supposed to fight Tim Tszyu, but he took the Canelo bag, and we saw what happened with that. So um, I like Jamel's chances better than I did Spence. I told you guys I didn't do a breakdown with Spence and Tim Tszyu because I didn't like the fight. Um, I personally thought Spence was going to get stopped. I didn't like Spence coming back. Uh, I just didn't like it. I thought he was going to get stopped. I was actually surprised he didn't get stopped. But I think Jamel, even though he's been inactive, he hasn't taken the beating that Spence has taken. I think the problem with Jamel is guys like Jamel and Keith Thurman, when you're inactive like the way they were, and you return and you're older, and you're a huge part of your ability is your athleticism, which is like that for Jamel. Like Jamel is a good boxer, he has a good jab, but let's be real. When when he got with Derrick James, he became more of a slugger than anything. You know what I mean? Like old Jamel before, when he was with Ronnie Shields, old Jamel was a boxer, a mover. You know what I mean? He didn't have that punching power like that. Um, so he's gonna still have the power, but I don't know if he's gonna have the explosiveness that he had back when he was fighting like Tony Harrison and all that. Um, I really wish he didn't take that much time off because I think he could have still been. I think he still could have did some things if he had came back. You feel me? So we're in the 11th round, guys, between Santion and Russell. I kind of told you guys this was going to be a slow fight, style wise. I mean, Santion has been the aggressor. I mean, he is winning the fight probably, but neither one of these guys are huge punchers. So it really doesn't. It just sucked. I mean, the first fight wasn't a great fight, but it was a good fight. And this fight here kind of like took the energy out the room. But I'm expecting a knockout by Hernandez in this very nice fight. I think he's just a beast. Tay, I hope you're right. I hope Charlo could come back and pick up a win. But I also read a lot of that when he was fighting Spence. I read a lot of that. Um, I don't think Tim Tszyu is just some. I don't think he's a great fighter, but I do think people be underestimating him a little bit. You know, and I do believe from watching that fight, I do believe that I think he could have. I think he could. I think he had another gear that he could have taken it in that Spence fight. Just me personally, you guys might disagree, but when I watched the Spence fight, I felt like Zoo was pulling on his punches a little bit. I felt like he was taking a lot of rounds off. You know, he really took the first half. He really wasn't doing that much. I think he could have did more. I think if he were to fight Jamel, I think Jamel is a harder puncher than Errol Spence. Jamel is a harder puncher than Errol Spence. I think when people look at Errol and his stoppages, you got to remember his stoppages is based off just like constant pressure. Jamel is like boom, one punch. Like I think he can hurt Tim Tszyu with one punch. I think Tim Tszyu, if that fight goes down, Tim Tszyu can't make that many mistakes. Oh, yo, Russell caught him in the last round. Russell caught him in the last round. He got up, but his legs look shaky. Hold on. Wait, we might have something. We in the 12th round. Russell might get a stoppage. Oh shit. Yo, he might get it. He's losing to me too. I don't think he's winning this fight. Yo, he's trying to get him out of here. Santiago's trying to survive. He's just tying up. Oh shit. Oh, this dude's about to get him out of here. Russell got to get the stoppage. He got to. I don't know what these scorecards look like. He got to at least get another knockdown. He's going for it. Santiago's still not. There's a lot of time. It's 2 minutes left. It's over 2 minutes to go in the 12th. Russell got to do it. What is he waiting? He's back to boxing. I don't know. Man. He got to. I don't know what he. I don't. Is he winning this fight? Does he think he's winning? He's catching him, but he gotta go. Oh, Santiago was trying to catch him. Russell's still putting work on him though. Halfway through, a minute and a half to go. Santiago is doing a good job tying up in every exchange. Russell gotta go, man. He gotta go. You gotta get him out of here. I don't know what these scorecards look like, but remember, Russell not that big of a puncher, but he caught him with a perfect shot. They threw at the same time, and Russell caught him. I think it was a hook. He caught him right there with it. Right hook count. He still we got a little bit like 50 seconds to go. Russell is throwing some home run punches, but it looks like Santion has recovered. And it looks like I think he caught him with a shot that he just didn't see. Russell's still hitting him. Like, now Russell's on the pocket, hooking. Santion shaking his head like, nah, I'm good. But he ties up. 25 seconds to go. This is gonna go to points. I don't know, man. Yeah, you said Gary got it. Yeah, Charlo moves better. He definitely moves better than Arrow. Arrow is definitely very flat footed. But again, he hasn't fought in 3 years. You can't just say I don't care what he hasn't looked. We don't know if he could move that well after having 3 years off. You know what I mean? 3 years. I think Tim Seal fought like 3 times this year. You know, we gotta wait and see. I'm not writing. What I will say is this: I think Jamel has a better chance of winning than Errol did. I didn't give Errol much of a chance of winning that fight. I didn't like the 3 years off from him. I think with Charlo, I think mentally losing the Canelo the way he did definitely affected him. It probably affected his confidence, whether he says it or not. But physically though, like he ain't taking that much. He took a knee in the fight. He took a knee in the fight, but he ain't. You know, Jamel ain't never really. Jamel ain't really take that much damage throughout his career like that. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna be a bit rusty, but Tim Zoo's been a lot. He's been through a lot too. So and Tim Zoo's fighting Jamel. Jamel, you can make an argument, at least when he was fighting at 54 3 years ago, that Jamel was probably the hardest puncher at 54 for sure. Jamel, I don't know what Derrick James was, because remember Jamal back in the day, Big Charlie used to be the puncher between the two of them, right? Big Charlo was the puncher, and then Jamel became a KO artist. He was knocking everybody out. I don't know what Derrick James was doing over there with him, but Derrick James, as far as because Derrick James been with Arrow, I would say, hold on, 118, 109. Oh, maybe you're right, man. Maybe you're right, Georgie. Because Santiago don't look like he won. He think he won. Russell got it. Gary Antonio Russell looked like Lamont Peterson in the face a little bit. I mean, all the brothers look alike, but he looked like he reminded me of Lamont Peterson a little bit too, with the beard. Do you guys think? Who do you guys think? Who do you think Boots loses to at 54, if anybody? Who do you think has the best chances of beating Boots at 54? Who do you think beats Boots? They trying to say Crawford coming back. I ain't gonna lie. I know they asked Crawford about Boots in the interviews. I know. And Billy is at 168. I know they asked Crawford about Boots in the interviews, but Crawford definitely entertains the topic more than I think he needs to. I think when he does these interviews, it kind of looks it makes Crawford look like he keep talking about him. It makes it look like it. And again, I know these podcasts ask the question because he is a retired guy, but it doesn't feel like Crawford is retired. He seems to be involved in every boxing related event there is. He seems to be always there. Um, Somebody asked me recently off camera, if that fight were to go down, who do I think wins the fight? And I said, depends on when the fight happens. If Bud stays out of the ring for too long, I think the longer he stays out, the less likely he wins. Um, You guys are saying Corey said none of them. I don't think I would probably go with Boots, but I personally think Fundora would have the best chance. Charlie Zelenoff. I was talking about Charlie Zelenoff recently off camera, but I'm not gonna tell you why. I don't want to talk about the person I was comparing him to. Uh, I think Fundora definitely has the best chance of beating Boots. Um, at 54 right now, I would say the best chance of Boots losing, if he were to lose to anyone, I would probably say Fundora. Um, I think the second, I would probably say Virgil, and that's it. But I don't think I'm saying like as far as if you asking me like who has the best chances of beating him, I would say Fundora for sure. He's number one. I don't know if he would beat him, but I think he has the best chance. I think Fundora is always going to be a wild card. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, yes, he did get knocked out before, but he got knocked out by someone that I don't believe is the best person he fought. You know what I'm saying? I just think he got caught, you know? Like he got caught. It is what it is. Hernandez is getting ready to come out. Yeah, um I think Fedora got the best chances of beating Boots. And then I'll probably say Virgil after that. But I would expect Boots to beat Virgil. Fedora is my like a wild card to me because it really depends on how that fighter deals with his style. You know what I mean? Like not everybody's gonna beat Fedora the way he did. He got beaten. You know, Fedora's high volume. He has power. He's a southpaw. He's 6'5". He's a little bit of a wild card. So I think the Boots fight would be the most difficult. I definitely think Boots will beat Josh Kelly for sure. I know Kelly's winning. He has a title. I think Kelly. What what I thought about Kelly going into the Bachram fight is how I felt about him in his last fight. You know, Bachram timing was everything. He caught Bachram inactive. Bachram just looked terrible that fight. Kelly dismantled him. Still got knocked down too in the fight, but um, I would say only Fedor right now. Yeah, I would probably still lean towards Boots to beat Fundora. Um, I just feel like if Boots never took a fight seriously, that would be. I'm not saying he ain't take a fight seriously, but I think Boots would have to take that approach. He would have to take a different approach than what he does against Xander. Like I think he would have to show a different level. You know, I don't think you can make too many mistakes. Um, because overall, I think Fundora just offers a lot more than Xander. Even though I know Fundora did duck Xander. You know, Fundora did duck Xander and all that. But I'm talking about in the ring. I think Fedora just got a little bit more to offer than Xander. He's way more proven than Xander was. You know, but yeah, I lean towards Boots to figure it out. I lean towards Boots to figure it out. I saw an interview with Keith Thurman. It was with Fight Hype, I think. It was like an hour-long interview, and I was listening, and I was like just doing house chores, and I heard he say he's trying to make a push back down to 147. That'd be weird to me, you know. I know there's more names down there, but it's like, bro, like you lost to Fedora. It's okay. Like you're an old man dealing with a high volume 6'5" puncher. it's just probably the bad style to come back. Like that's probably a bad champ to try to beat at this stage of your career. And I don't think he beats the other champs neither, but I think that was probably like the most like that's like the worst style to come back to fight. Just stay at 54, fight somebody else. Fight the loser of Jamel Charlo and Tim Tszyu or something. I don't know. I think Boots fight in Fandora. I think he's gonna go to Fandora's body. He just can't overextend too much because Fandora got pretty good timing with that left hand. All right, what else is going on? You know, this Joshua, this Joshua Tyson Fury thing is so not interesting to me. I can't. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The timing is real. Like, how we would complain about Floyd and Manny being like, it was past it. Like, they both were past it, but they were still very good at that time. But it was still a huge fight, and we still was excited for it. I think Joshua and Fury, I still want to see it, but all this drama about like where it's gonna be located is just I don't even care, man. I don't even care anymore. Like, what did it? And I get it, yo. The money should go where the money, they should have the fight where the money's at. If they're gonna pay for the fight, if Netflix gonna pay for the fight. They want to have it in Vegas. They want to have it in New York City. I get that. I get that. Cool. But it is kind of dumb, though. It is kind of dumb. Like, it is a British fight. People in New York don't care like about it like that. I'll tell you one thing though, if they're gonna have it in America, you gotta have it in New York City. Like having in New York, like the Brits could come over here as a 6 hour flight. They could fly right over here. Like, cause when I went to see Anthony Joshua against Andy Ruiz in New York, there was nothing but British fans in the Madison Square Garden. When I went there, they took over the garden. They were all outside. They was inside. They were all over the place. The British fans they took over the garden that day. So and that was against Andy Ruiz. What do you think they're gonna do if he's fighting Fury? So they're gonna definitely be out here. So if you're gonna do it in America, have it in New York. Plus, I'm here. Uh, have it in New York. Don't have it in Vegas. Vegas, who's going to fly to Vegas? That's crazy. You from the UK? You gonna fly to Vegas? Like, what is that like? That's like 12 hours. Just doing in New York, man. I mean, it's not a quick fight, but I mean, it's not a bad flight because Vegas is what 5 hours from New York. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't care no more, bro. They killing me with this. They killing with me. They killing me with this. They killing me with this, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little bit. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen now with the heavy division. Like I'm low key, like I ain't hearing people talk about it enough, but I'm gonna talk about it. I'm low key excited to see who's gonna be the best now that Usyk has gave the titles up. I want to see who's the best right now at heavyweight. Is it gonna be Triple D? Is it gonna be is it gonna be Triple D? Is it gonna be Moses? Is it gonna be uh what's this guy name? The I can't think of his name. The guy that's from Germany. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I can't think of the names right now. Like I just want to see who's gonna be the best right now. Ajit Kabayel. Is it gonna be Kabayel? Is it gonna be like who's gonna be the best right now? I think Triple D and Fabio Worley's doing a rematch, which is another fight. I think people are writing people. I mean, you gotta remember, Fabio Worley has already been involved in a rematch, and we saw what happened then. All right. We saw what happened, what he did with Frazier Clark in their rematch. So, and you gotta also remember he did drop Triple D twice in the fight that he lost. So I think people are completely writing him off. Like he can still turn this shit around. You know what I mean? I mean, he put a dent in this guy's head in a rematch, so we can't sleep on him. But yeah, you got him, you got Fab Warrior, you got Triple D, you got Kabayel, you got Moses, you got, you know, all whoever is left, I'm curious to see. And Frank Sanchez too. I think Frank. Frank is supposed to be the mandatory. Oh, so yeah, that's right. So that's what I was saying earlier. So the IBF strap is on the line. So now that Usyk vacated the title, when Moses fight Hergovich, that's gonna be for the IBF strap. And Frank Sanchez, who just knocked out Richard Torres Jr., he's gonna be the mandatory. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like right now the heavyweight division, besides all the stuff with Fury, and AJ, I want to see the fight and everything. All right, I've been wanting to see that fight for years, but I'm more excited to see who takes over now. Who takes over now? Caballero's still top, dude. Like Caballero, Moses, Hergovich. I feel like right now it's gonna be between. I gotta say, gotta be between the winner of Moses and Hergovich, Caballero, or the winner between Triple D and this guy, Fabio Worley. I'm more excited about that. It's really set up to be like a tournament right now because all the belts are free. Why are they doing this Carissa Rowley thing, bro? Like, this is stupid. Yo, when the Carissa be just talking crazy, yo, I don't know why. Like, I ain't gonna say nothing, bro. I ain't saying nothing about Carissa, yo. I'm not saying a word. Anderson who? Jared Anderson is not fighting, bro. Is he fighting? I don't know if he's fighting anymore. I don't know what he got going on, bro. I'm not sleeping on him. He's not fighting. Like, is he? I'm waiting for him to come back. I'm not sleeping on him. Like, I'm sleeping on him because he's not fighting. Like, you know what I mean? I have no choice but to sleep on him. He's not even. He's not fighting, bro. He got to come back. He got to come back. He got to do something, man. I don't think he wants to fight. And I fear, since he's made it public in interviews that he don't want to do this no more. I fear that when he returns, he's gonna be doing it for the money. I don't think he wants to be here. I don't think he wants to do this. I don't think he wants to have this career. I think if he is to return, yes, Toro, he's sleeping on himself right now. I think if he wants to return, I think it's because of the money that he can make from this career. But I think that loss was a devastating loss for him, you know? And it showed in his his tune-up follow-up fight. He looked terrible in that fight. At least when he lost to when he lost to Bacoli, he didn't look bad. He just got demolished. Bacoli was sharp. He was on point. He was in shape. It is what it is. It was just too soon of a fight to have. That was just a bad matchup. Even Bob Arum was like, we didn't want him to take that fight. Turkey and them did. They wanted to take the fight. They didn't want that fight to happen. All right. By the way, Hernandez is getting warmed up. We're just waiting for the next fight. It's gonna be the co-main event. We just waiting for the next fight to start. But we're only one more fight away from T.O. and Rolly. We'll talk a little bit more about that shortly, one last time before that fight starts. But Jared Anderson, man, I'm not sleeping on him. I want him to come back. But if he comes back, I want him to come back and be like, this is what I gotta do. Like, mentally be strong. Like, I wanna hear an interview where he's talking about, like, yo, what's the plan, bro? Like, do you wanna do this? He has the skills. He's a good fighter, but he's a little chinny. He's a little chinny. He's a little chinny. And defensively, he relies on the reflexes too much, pulling back too much. And Charles Martin showed that. That's why he kept getting hurt in that fight. He pulls back. He relies on pulling back too much. Man, he's 6'2" at middleweight, 160. When he was fighting Terrell Gachet, yo, that guy looked like he came in that ring that night like 190 at least. He had to be 190 in that fight. This guy, Hernandez. I'm telling you, Toro, you right. You right. If Jared Anderson doesn't get it together soon, they will feed his ass to somebody. Top Rank don't play like that. I don't know if he's still signed with them, but Top Rank will either let you go or feed you to somebody that they pushing. They're gonna do one or the other. They don't care how they have you. Nope. They will feed you to somebody if they feel like they're not gonna get much out of you. They're talking about Pritchard Cologne now. Rest in peace. Please hit that thumbs up too, guys. They're talking about Solani Tete too. Yo, speaking of, I was talking about John Rio Casamero earlier. I think I told you guys, I know I know you know, Naoya Inoue is, taking his little break and stuff, and that's cool. I respect it. He had a crazy year last year. He fought like 4 or 5 times last year. But yo, um, if he's not gonna go to 126, I do feel like he should fight John Rio Casamero. I think there's literally no one else to fight at 122. And I know everybody keeps talking about this guy Bam 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 to come up. I call him Bam Bam, like from Flintstones. I know everybody want Bam to come up and fight him and stuff, and I don't feel like they're gonna just rush up there and fight him. But if he's gonna fight somebody at 122, I would like to be Casamero. I don't think it's history behind the fight. Casamero is a one punch knockout artist. You know what I mean? They were supposed to get it in back at 118. Casamero just knocked down Neri 6 times. If he doesn't go to 126 and fight Shushu or one of those guys at 126, I mean, I already told you guys how I feel about 126, man. None of them boys up there unify. Yo, I wouldn't even entertain 126. I'll probably fight whatever champ I want to fight and get that one fight in, become a 5 division champ, and just leave it alone. Francisco Ramon. Hopefully we get a good fight, man. We ain't get like a good scrap yet. Let's get a good scrap. Let's get some action. All right, Ramon's in the ring. Hernandez is coming out now. Let's get it. Cold main event. One more fight to go. Yo, where the Rolly people at, man? Where the Rolly people at? Who got Rolly winning? Yo, if Rolly wins, bro, if Rolly wins, coming off wins against Ryan and Tio back to back is crazy. That's gonna be crazy. That's crazy. That's like the one thing I did not have on my bingo card. Like, you meaning to tell me if you asked me 2 years ago, or if you told me 2 years ago that Rolly Romero was gonna beat Ryan and Tio back to back, that's crazy. Yo, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. After what I saw Hernandez do in that last fight, I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Broly winning would be crazy, bro. I seen people leaving comments like, yo, Rolly gonna knock him out. Yo. I was reading comments, man. I was reading on social media, like he was like, yo, Rolly gonna knock him out. I was like, what? Yo, Teal getting knocked out by Rolly would be crazy. I think that would be a devastating, like that would be a loss that would be so hard to come back from, man. That would be a devastating loss, bro. Tio would probably go on a full-fledged depression. Really, like he would not just change trainers, but he might be out for a minute. He might pull like a Jared Anderson or something. Nah, I'm messing around. I don't think Rolly. I think Rolly could win, but I don't think he would knock out Tio. I'm just messing around. I did read a lot of comments though saying that. A lot of people do think Rolly's gonna win. I mean, he got the momentum right now. He might even have the mental edge. 7-1, that's what it is. Of course, the KO gonna be better odds, way better odds. Yo, man, you know what? I ain't talk about the Janovic situation. What do you guys think about that? You guys know about that? Janovic tested positive. He was unified. WBO kept his ranking. He's moving up to 168. And they mandate Hamza Shiraz to fight Janovic. And it's weird. How do you have that happen coming off a suspension? A lot of people do not like that because Hamza guy has to defend his title against this guy. I mean, I don't like it. I don't like it, but at the same time, I don't like I don't like the privileges that Hamza got. Neither, you know, because Carlos Adames beat him, and you had Turkey over here coaching him from the ring. Yo, that was crazy. All right, this fight is about to start, yo. Here we go. Let's get a fight. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's see. Ramon came straight at him. Oh. Hernandez already got him. Buzzed him. I don't think Ramon should have been coming out at him like that. Hernandez is freaking huge, bro. Look at this guy. Oh! Nah, he don't fight like Floyd, but damn, yo. This guy is this guy's a beast. At least at 160, they got somebody. Ramon's not backing down. Jab to the body. Overhand right connected for Hernandez. Lands a jab. Tie up. Hernandez is having a pretty good round so far. It's kind of, they slugging already kind of early. Ramon is not a small middleweight neither. Ramon is not a small middleweight. He got a lot of height on him neither. I think whatever height they said difference they had, they look closer in height now that they both standing in the ring. Yeah, he definitely don't fight like the majority of Cubans out there. Good round so far from Hernandez. Nice jab to the body. I'm not Haran. I'm sorry, Ramon. Ramon's sticking to that body. He's being very consistent to that body. Very consistent to the body early, but a very physical fight here. He's not backing down from Hernandez. He doesn't seem to be intimidated by him, and he's 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 doing a better boxing right now. He's jabbing. He's moving a little bit. He's but every time Hernandez catches him with a shot, he's got a lot of power behind it. But I think Rona's doing the right thing for now. Like, let's say this goes some rounds. This could be beneficial. He's boxing. He's going to the body. At least it seems like Hernandez is throwing nothing but power at every punch. He might slow himself down. He hasn't really gone the rounds yet, so we'll see. 30 seconds to go in the first. Good jab for Hernandez last. Verone is still sticking to that jab. Good jab for Hernandez. That popped his head back. Verone fires back, but it's all blocked. Hernandez comes with a combination. Uppercut. Oh, now Hernandez is starting to showboat. Good round. A lot of action from both. Hernandez has the power. Verone was a little bit more consistent, but Hernandez, when he landed, it was like ouch every single time. Like he looks relaxed. I mean, Verone is doing the right thing though. I mean, he's boxing. He's supposed to do it. He's jabbing him to the body. He's moving a little bit, but Hernandez is explosive, man. He's powerful. I don't know. I think the only thing I could see right now, I mean, it's only one round, but I think, again, Verone is going to have to take him to the later rounds here and just consistently attack that body, wear him down. It kind of reminds me of this fight. Kind of reminds me of Chisera and Bronco, Carlos Adames. Down back down at 54 years back. Very similar. You got the Cuban. Adames a lot of power early, but couldn't get the stoppage. And Chisera started to take over. And Adames, that's exactly what's going to need to happen here for Verone to have a shot. I want to see Hernandez box a little bit more though. We know he's strong. We know he got a lot of power. Let's see if he can get some rounds in. He definitely don't fight like the other Cubans in the game, though. He's like super aggressive, clubbing shots, not landing the cleanest this round, but he's been the aggressor this first minute of the second round so far. Marone again, and he's just keeping that stick out there. Two jabs to the body. Hernandez is just lunging in and throwing combinations, but none of them are not really landing this round so far. Marone is just sticking to that jab. Two jabs up top, right back to the body. Hernandez is just staying in that high guard. He gets him to the body. He lands a jab now. He's literally running at Marone. Marone's starting to showboat. He's charging at. It's crazy. What is he doing? He's just charging, running straight at Marone at times to throw those combinations. It's sloppy. Yeah. Please, if you guys can't hit that like button, good uppercut from Hernandez lands. So we about 50 seconds to go in the second. Kind of like the work of Marone. This is a 10 rounder. Um, but Verone is doing a better work this round. He's keeping Hernandez off balance again. Hernandez is he's throwing a lot of power shots off balance, and he's charging in. It's not really connecting like he was in the first round. Verone's boxing has been better. Again, this is kind of reminding me of Teixeira and Carlos Adames because if Hernandez doesn't hurt him, he's getting outboxed here. I gave him Roan the second. I got Hernandez in the first, but I gave him Roan the second round. Yeah, I got it 1-1. I think I don't know. Hernandez is again big, strong, powerful, but I don't see the skills. He's kind of like a brawler posing to be a boxer. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't have like the the technique, the fundamentals there. See, when he steps, when he's when he's a little patient and he uses that jab, he's on point. But most of the time, he's just charging in like a wild man. So I got it 1-1. We're in the third round. Hernandez starting him round with a lot of jabs, but he's still lunging in at times. I haven't seen Verone really like catch him with a check left hook or anything like that. Hernandez doesn't have like the best balance. He's very off balance when he's throwing these power shots. Yeah, they're talking about his unorthodox style now. The commentary. I wonder if Hernandez should, being that he's usually fighting out of high guard, I kind of feel like, since he nice overhand right from Hernandez, but he caught one from Ramon. I kind of feel like he should close the distance some. I think he's doing it now. Varone is doing a good job in keeping, staying out of range. From the outside, he seems to be the better boxer. But I think Hernandez should close the distance a little bit and try to be physical on the inside if he could. I don't know. Yeah, I'm telling you, make I'm concerned that that might happen because there's no boxing. He's swinging these baseball pitcher type overhand rights, and he's missing. He's not boxing at all. And not for nothing, and I haven't seen Marone really throw one, but he's there to catch an uppercut charging in like that. Nah, that was a slip. That was a slip. Marone went down, but he got cuffed on the back of the head. Marone don't have it in his arsenal, but if he had to step back and hit caught him with that uppercut when he's charging in with his head down like that, I don't see it in his arsenal though. He's just sticking with that jab. He has a very good one too. I mean, he's basic, but it's working. The movement, the jab, he's on point. Good, good shot from Hernandez. Good shot. What's with this hand down thing he's doing? Hernandez is starting to catch him now. He took the round back. Yeah, Hernandez took the second half of this round back. He took it back. He landed some good power shots in the end of that round there. Still close round. I think Rome was definitely winning the first half, but Hernandez took it over. Yeah, it's like 50-50. That's a swing round. If you're just joining us, we just finished the third round in the co-main event between Marone and Hernandez at 160. All right, this is a 10 rounder. We're going into the fourth. I think it could be 1-1. The third round could go either way. Third round is a swing round. I gave the first to Hernandez. I gave the second to Marone. It's a pretty good fight though. A little sloppy, a little messy, but it's a pretty good fight. It's solid. Marone is doing some good boxing. I like his movement. Circling around Hernandez, keeping that jab out there. Good body shots. Hernandez, out of frustration, picks him up while they tie up. Ref warns him. I personally think, like, I mean, he's been so powerful in his fight so far. He just landed a club in right hand. But I'm not impressed with his boxing like that. I mean, Verone is being consistent with that jab. I'll tell you that much. Not a lot of power behind what he's doing, but I mean, he's boxing much better. Look at that jab from Marone. Woo! Ooh. But Hernandez will follow back and hit him with that clubbing right hand, but there's not much. Oh, there you go, Hernandez to the body. Okay. Throws a combo to the body. I haven't seen that yet. He's going again. I see it. Got a little bit over a minute to go in this fourth round. Still, Verone is the more consistent fighter to me. Hernandez the bigger puncher, but not a lot of activity from him. Not a lot of clean punches are landing from him. Another club in right hand lands for Hernandez, but again, outside of that, Verone is consistently landing jabs. Ooh, big left hook to the body from Hernandez. That hurt. That was the best shot in the round. Hernandez is starting to pick up the pace. Is Hernandez trying to steal rounds? Is he picking up the pace at the last 30 seconds, 1 minute of each round? Verone, I have no power. I got Verone. I got Verone. Hernandez lands the bigger shots, and you know what? I can see the judge giving to him, but I don't know. I like the consistency of Verone a little bit better so far. Hernandez is just he's fighting in spurts. Somebody tell Hernandez that he's not gonna just get the knockout so easily in every fight. All right, we going to round 5. Verone comes out, lands a right hand. He's firing at Hernandez, throwing a combination. Caught Hernandez off guard. But now Hernandez is on the ropes, moving, slipping a lot of the shots. Verone is trying to win this fight. He's not here to lay down. Hernandez is showing a little bit of shoulder roll here, showing some decent defense here, but all right, Chris Mannix gave every round to Hernandez so far. So there you go. Oh, whoa! Hernandez has landed the biggest punch in the fight. Whoa! I thought Verone was about to go down. Oh, nope. Hernandez just snuck an uppercut in there to the chest. I saw that. I mean, Mannix got it all rounds for Hernandez. So I guess this is not a competitive fight. I thought it was. I guess not. Oh, Hernandez hit him with a body shot. I saw that. That hurt him. That Verone didn't like that look. Yep. Verone is not liking those shots. He's playing it off well, but he's not liking those shots. He Yeah, Hernandez is having his best round right now. He's having his best rounds. You can tell that these shots are actually hurting Verone now. He's out of play. Uppercut, overhand right lands for Hernandez. Verone is firing back, but he has no pop on the punches. Hernandez is starting to really be aggressive this round. Best round for him. He needs to go back to the body. Uppercut from Hernandez, overhand right again. Feel like Verone is getting closer and closer to taking the knee. Oh, shit. Oh, yo, Verone caught him. Yo, what happened just now? Hernandez got clipped. He's on the ropes. Yo, it's crazy because Hernandez hit him with a good shot, but he got buzzed and his leg did a noodle real quick. Yo, whoa, that came out of nowhere. That is crazy. That was Hernandez's best round. He got clipped. Yo, Hernandez still won the round though. But I mean, Jesus, that came out of nowhere. That punch. Hernandez is all him that round. First clear round for him, and then he gets caught and he got rocked. They're interviewing Rolly and he's being weird still. He don't want to talk. Yo, nobody's talking about Teal possibly knocking out Rolly. I've seen a lot of talk about Rolly pulling off the upset or Teal winning on points. But not a does Teal can Teal knock out Rolly at 147 in his 147 debut? How do y'all feel about that? I know Teal hasn't had a knockout, a recorded knockout in a long time. But can he knock out Rolly? All right, we're in 6th round of this 10-round fight. Caster said he thinks Rolly's power is extremely overrated. You mean I hate it? I think he has a lot of power. Hate it. That shit hurt. It's starting up. This fight is a pretty good fight. Definitely the best fight tonight so far, as expected. Ooh, good overhand right counter from Hernandez. It's funny because even though he's the puncher, he's considered a puncher in this fight, the bigger puncher in this fight. He's the only one that really got hurt, clearly hurt so far in this fight. But he recovered quickly. He didn't go down. This is another closer round, much closer than it was the last round. This is like Verone is back to his doing his thing. Good jab for Hernandez. I mean, he has a good jab. I don't think he has used it nearly as enough. But he does have a really good jab. A little wrestling going on in here. What time is it? It's 11. Points looks like points might be the way to go. I mean, we still got some time left, but we still got 4 more rounds. I don't know. It's another close round. This is a close round. I don't think it's a clear round either way. This 6th round. I don't think Hernandez boxes that good. I don't think he boxes that good. He's clearly explosive, big guy, big puncher. Yeah, I was saying that earlier, Caster. This it's hard. It's really hard to judge. It's really hard to judge fights based on how Ryan performs. You know what I mean? It's hard. He looked spectacular against Mario Barrios, but it was Mario Barrios, and he finally threw a right hand. You know, but it was Mario Barrios. So I don't know. It's very tough. I don't know. I think I'm gonna just like I told you guys, I'm sticking with To. I know he has not always looked good in his fights too, but I think he's way more proven than Rolly up to this point. If the winner, I would love to see the winner fight. I would love to see the winner fight Devin Haney. Uh, I'm not impressed with Hernandez in this fight. Good body shots again for Hernandez. Where did I mean, I don't know what they're telling him in the corner, but I mean, if you're doing something that works, why stop? I seen him throw it in. Oh, caught him with a good shot. Kind of turned him against the ropes and caught him with a shot, but the body shots was working. I don't know why he stopped that. He was definitely that was working for him. You know what I mean? What's up, Aaron? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this guy and his inconsistencies. Like, it's clearly that Marone can't, he doesn't have the power that he has, and he's probably not getting the rounds because of that. But he kind of seems to have one gear. I haven't seen him adjust at all in this fight. Marone is not stopped throwing punches, man. I mean, again, hasn't been the biggest punches, but I mean, he's letting his hands go still. It's kind of slowed down. Those last two rounds was kind of boring. Hernandez do look a little tired, look sloppy, lunging in, missing. I think we're going into are we going into the eighth round, I think. Shushu Carrington is there. They're interviewing him. They did a nice show in Brownsville the other day. They had a parade in Brownsville. If you guys don't know, Brownsville's in Brooklyn. That's where Mike Tyson is from. Raby Bowl. Shannon Briggs, Danny Jacobs was there. Shushu was there. Did I say Mike Tyson? Yeah, Mike Tyson, Danny Jacobs, Curtis Stevens, I'm sorry. All the Brownsville, Zab, they was all there. I saw it on YouTube. Looked pretty cool. I didn't know about it. Evan Williams said he was there. I didn't even know. I just saw it on YouTube. It popped up on YouTube. It looks like it was a nice little parade, nice little event. I was glad to see that all the they were all there. Seeing Zab. I don't think Mike stayed, but seeing everybody else there was pretty dope. It's good to see. Oh, again, Hernandez hit him with a big club in her hand, but Verone is just moving and shrugging his shoulders, and he's firing back. We're in the eighth round, y'all. It was good to see Curtis Stevens. I haven't seen Curtis Stevens in a while. I haven't seen him in a little bit. It's good to see him. He had a nice little speech. Good to see Danny Jacobs. Always good. That's my guy. Ooh, good combination from Hernandez. I mean, I just have to assume that they got Hernandez winning this fight, but it's not like a good look, you know, because I do think Verone is the better boxer, but he just don't got the pop to really do anything with Hernandez. A lot of rabbit punches too. Yeah, I think Verone discompare. Hernandez has been landing a lot of rabbit punches. He's doing it at will. The ref just stopped him. Ref is telling him to stop ducking, but Hernandez has landed a lot. You could tell the guy to duck. He's trying to make the man miss. You can't tell him not to duck. He's trying to get out of the way. But he throws a lot of club and right hands. That's just kind of how his style. Hernandez reminds me, you know who Hernandez reminds me of? He reminds me of Uniescas Gonzalez. Same build, just smaller. You know what I mean? Remember Uniescas Gonzalez from was he a light heavy? Bald Cuban guy with the beard. They kind of remind me of each other. He had fought like John Pascal, and he fought a good amount of 175. He had like a nice little run. I think him and John Pascal like had a controversial fight years ago. I think I made a video on it. Yeah, I don't know. I think the fight at one point to make at 160 was between Carlos Adames and this guy Janibek. That was the fight to make, but this guy, he popped and messed that up. I think Carlos Adames is still clear. I mean, you got Lara still around, but Lara's he's just one fight away from he's getting too old, man. I mean, you know how good Lara is, but he can't. He ain't gonna be hanging around here forever. I think Adamas is the most impressive guy at 160. But I think I heard him. I heard he's thinking about going to 168. He would be small at 168. He would be small compared to those guys up there at 168. But he can box good. And he can switch. He don't switch like that though. He'll fight a full fight in a stance. He's not a mid-fight switcher like that. Damas is dope. I like Carlos Adamas. He got his one loss and everything, but he's bounced back good from that, became a champion. I think he beat this guy, the British guy, Hamza. But yeah, Bronco's better than Hernandez. Hernandez is very powerful, but he can't box for shit. Excuse me. I just gotta keep it real, like respectfully. he can't box that good. Oh, look at Verone pushing him off. Like, yeah, not taking that from you. This fight was kind of disappointing. This fight's kind of. It started out being a good fight, and it's kind of just fizzled off for like the last 3 or 4 rounds. It was good up to 5 rounds, and then it just kind of died. Like I was like everybody in the crowd looked so dead, man. I don't know, yo. What do y'all do when y'all go to a fight? What happens when y'all go to a fight and it's like the fights are just boring? Like, what do y'all do? Just be on your phones. And when I go to a fight and it's boring, I just keep buying more drinks. I just keep buying more drinks and just buying more food. Whatever they got, the nachos. They be having nachos, popcorn, glizzies, freaking terrible burgers and fries. I just start buying more drinks. And the drinks, especially in New York, the drinks, I don't know about every other arena, but Yo, you be getting like a double drink, and it'd be like $53, man. You can't get a single or nothing because it's already gonna be watered down. So you gotta get a double of whatever alcohol you're drinking. Unless you get a beer, but you be like $53 for one drink. Hernandez just stepped in and landed a nice combo, but he can't put this man Veronis. Ooh, Hernandez Verone walked into that right hand, but that dude is tough. Verone is a tough dude. Make it say I start browsing on Amazon. Yeah, Madison Square Garden, especially the theater. I think the only hot food they have is glizzies. They don't got nothing else that's hot. They got like popcorn and hot dogs. That's it. They're showing Teofimo Lopez. He looks ready. Yeah, I always like talking to I always end up talking to whoever I'm like sitting around when I go to fights. I've made friends from fights. Like I have like two or three good friends. Like, like I, I have two or three good friends that I met from boxing, going to events that I regularly talk to, and hang out with whenever they're in town or whatever. I made some good friends from boxing, going to events. But yeah, when a fight is boring, I don't know, I just get more food and drinks. That's it. Start walking around, start talking to other content creators or, like journalists. That's it. Depending on where I'm at. Yeah, Tia might get him with that behind the pack. He might do it early. Ooh, good combo from Hernandez. I'm surprised he hasn't hurt this guy at all, man. This guy is tough. The Argentina fighters are tough, but they normally got power. A lot of them can punch. A lot of them can crack. That chick that Amanda Serrano fought last night is from Argentina. That chick was hitting Serrano like a lot of like big shots. It looked like Amanda Serrano was in trouble at times when she was on the ropes. Yeah, Mary, you might be right on that. That's good. That's that's a good point. He needs to go somewhere else because he needs to learn how to box a little bit better than this. Or just at least learn, you're a big guy, you're powerful. You gotta learn how to use your tools a little better than this. He definitely has some serious balance issues though. And that charging in thing that he does is no good. That's no bueno for a good boxer. I'll tell you one thing. I think as far as the schedule, I don't know how I feel about that fight with Canelo, man. I don't know how I feel about that. I think if this was the Canelo that, had his undisputed run at 168, I'll be all in on Canelo winning, but or even maybe stopping him. But I don't know right now. All right, got fight goes to the decision. I'll let you guys know when the scorecards come out. I don't know about that fight with Canelo. I'm not 100% sure he wins that fight. Hernandez won the fight for sure, but it was It was competitive. They're gonna give it to Hernandez though. I'm not even gonna be like, oh no, I'm not even doing that, bro. They're just gonna give it to him. We already know how the outcome of this fight is gonna go. But I wasn't impressed with him. I liked the Barone and the boxing. He didn't have the power and all that, but I like the consistency, you know, and I like the the jab, the movement. He was just consistent. He was boxing. He just didn't really have a power, but he did hurt Hernandez in the fight. It's not like he didn't hurt him. He did hurt him. Hurt him once. I think in Billy, we know like Canelo Canelo does fight well against aggressive fighters. Guys that's gonna come at him, he doesn't have to do too much work. He doesn't have to follow and track him down. We know what Canelo don't like. He don't like boxers. He don't like move. He doesn't like movers. So luckily for him, Christian and Billy is gonna come straight at him. And I think that's part of the reason why they're choosing to go in this direction. Um, yo, oh, I meant to tell you guys. I just remember. I do not like the fight for Andy Ruiz and Damian Kanimba. I think that's a horrible style matchup for Andy Ruiz returning. I've been meaning to. I keep getting to make a video on that, but I was going to do a breakdown anyway. I think that is a horrible stylistic matchup for Andy Ruiz right now. I don't think that's a good fight for him. I know Kanimba. Wait. Oh, draw. 98-92. Oh, I guess it is 90, 99-91. Why were we still, 98, 92, 99, 91. But one judge had it 95-95. That's why I say I'm not even entertaining. Like, they're not going to give it to this guy. One round, a judge gave him one round and another judge gave him two. I think those are. I mean, once I saw Chris Mannix's scorecard, I already knew this was where this was going. Come on, man. Once I saw that Chris Mannix gave him the first four rounds, I was like, yeah, I ain't scoring this shit no more. I'm not ever gonna do it to myself, man. I don't like. I know Knimba. I know he got stopped against. Jesus, why do I keep forgetting his name today? I keep forgetting this guy's name just today. Ajay Kabayel. I know he got stopped by Kabayel, but that first round against Kabayel again, Andy Ruiz is not Kabayel right now. He's not. Andy Ruiz do not have fast feet. He's never had fast feet. Okay. He is he's a close mid-range hooker at best. Slow feet, follows you around, extremely inactive. He broke his hand against Jarrell Miller in a fight that I don't even think he won. Okay. And he's not the most disciplined guy. I mean, let's not talk about the fact that Chris Ariola knocked him down like twice. I think Damian Nimba pulls off the upset. I have him pulling off the upset. I will do a breakdown at some point, but I think Damian Nimba, just based off the little bit I seen him do it against Kabayel, which is a much more difficult fight. Andy Ruiz is not really that good of a pressure fighter. You know what I'm saying? He's just not. That's not his style. He is a boxer. He's a boxer puncher, but he needs to be in range. And Damian Nimba, Andy's gonna have to really, 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 really. I don't know, man. I don't like that fight for him. When I heard that he was taking that fight, I thought that was a pretty poor matchup to put together, and I just don't think he should be taking that as a first fight back. And him losing that fight is going to. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, does it? I mean, he's just so inactive now, man. It's just like, yo, sometimes that you forget he exists. You know? Yeah. I based on round one and cover about the route of potential and getting better from fighting at a distance. 6'7" giant, actually in shape, mixes punches together. Yeah. Yeah. Please, guys, before this main event is about to start, we're about to begin. We're about to begin. Uh, what are your last picks? I got T.O. I got T.O. I'm gonna stick with T.O., man. I don't think it's gonna be an easy fight for him. I don't think it's gonna be an easy fight for him though. I got T.O. on points. I got T.O. on points. He hasn't gotten a knockout in a while. Maybe he gets it today, but I got T.O. on points. Uh, what's your last picks, guys? What do you got? Probably got like a good 10, 15 minutes before they start walking out to the ring. It's 11:30 now. Not too late. Not too late. Amir said Gordo. Philly got T.O. Rolly. Hyper got Rolly. All right. A couple Rolly people. I think T.O. T.O. might catch a good shot and get knocked down. If he starts, charging in a little bit, like straight in, like the way he was with Shakur, I could see Rolly catching him with a good shot. But I think T.O. is gonna figure it out and take it. It might not be the best looking performance, but I think he like I said earlier in the live, I said it might be. I think it might be Rolly's, or at least one of Rolly's toughest wins. So Rolly gonna be like, eh, eh. I just want to see a good fight because tonight, not really a good card tonight, man. I gotta admit, man, these fights have been dragging, man. I just hope that normally when we get a really poor undercard, normally the main event makes up for it. Hopefully we get that. Kind of reminds me of Joseph Parker and Fabio Worley. Terrible undercard. Oh my god, that undercard was so boring, man. And then the main event happened, and then we saw what we saw. um, who do I want to win? I would like to see Rolly just shake up the world and pull it off. I think TL needs to get rid of his dad. He got to get rid of that guy. That guy is crazy. You got to get rid of that guy. I like to see Rolly pull off an upset, shake things up a little bit. I don't have no problems with Rolly. I think he's matured some. I never really cared for him like as a boxer, but I definitely see his growth. He's never really did anything I didn't like. I thought he was a clown at one point, but I think like he's just a little entertaining and is what it is. Like I don't think he's a bad guy though. Yeah, that's how he's exactly how he sound maker. Exactly, 100%. He does. He does sound like that. Uh who's the other champion? Oh, who's the fourth champion at welter right now? Who's the four champions? You got Devin. Oh, you got Liam Parle. You got Liam Parle. So you got Liam Parle. I know Jack Catterall is like I think he's like the Mando number one ranked for was it Devin's title, I think. Liam Parle, Rolly, and then you got Ryan with the WBC. I mean that's not a bad lineup. I just I don't know. I mean, I want Connor to beat Ryan. I want Connor to beat Ryan for sure. If you asking me who I want to win, but I got Ryan winning that. I don't think Connor belongs at 147 anymore. I think he needs to be in fact I actually would say I mean, I don't think anywhere he goes is gonna be easy for him. Because 54 is not gonna be easy. I don't think 54 is gonna be easy. I think 160 is less talented, but there's no names. Yo, they showing the knockouts from Rolly. Tank knocking out Rolly. That was crazy. That knockout was crazy, bro. Rolly wasn't good for a while. Like he was out on his feet when they got him up. He didn't know what was they was trying to interview him. I think he wasn't he was definitely concussed for sure. TO's getting ready to walk out now. Yo, is Tio is that the woman he's with that's pregnant now? Is that the same girl that he was with, when he was going through it before? Is that the same is that the same woman? Because I know they was having issues or something like that. I don't know if they were married, but I know there was like a big thing, with child support and all that. Yeah, the Tank KO Rolly was crazy. This guy, Teofimo Senior, guy's awful, bro. Where's your power? Hit him. Hit him. Where's your power? Yo, I'll never forget the first round, bro. Oh my God. The first round against George Cambosos. Yo, he was like, what are you doing? Knock this fool out already. Yo, I never seen it like, what is he doing? Yo, he was screaming at Tio like a fan that had thousands on him. He was screaming at Tio like a fan that had money on Tio. What are you doing? Knock him out already. Like, yo, dude, you're his coach. Tell him what to do to win. Tell him what to not do. Tell him what to do. Who's worse, TLC or Danny Garcia's dad? Oh, they're very similar, man. Because I've seen, come on, Danny, but Danny's father, Danny's father is very similar. Yes, he is. They're both very similar. I think they're both similar, and they both had publicly stated that they had these issues. They're very similar. I think that's a perfect comparison. There's a lot of boxing dads. There's a lot of boxing dads. But I think, I don't know, because Danny's Garcia's dad is, it's close. But I would, if you're asking me, I would take Danny's dad over Tio's dad. I think Tio's dad is his ego and his like Danny's dad, he's cool though. He just, he be tripping at the fights and stuff, but he ain't trying to be on in the limelight. Like Tio, when I see Tio dad jumped in front of the picture, I'm like, yo, bro, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Tio's dad is equivalent to Fat Joe giving interviews. If you guys watch Fat Joe, you know what I'm talking about. Fat Joe is gonna have you as a guest, and he ain't gonna let you talk at all. Fat Joe, I made a comment on one of the videos they put, and it got a bunch of likes and stuff. Fat Joe only has guests on that show so he can let them hear his stories. Like he's not there to hear nothing you talking about. You're the guest, but you're there to hear what Fat Joe got to say. Fat Joe will interrupt all of his guests mid answer. Nah, son. You think we're here to talk to you? Nah. You here to listen to my stories. Word. That's Teofimo father as a coach. As a coach, he's exactly like that. Nah, son. We're not hearing nothing about you winning championship. We gonna talk about me as a coach and what I did for you. And I'm gonna be jumping in front of the pictures. I'm gonna do all that. That's Teofimo. That's Teofimo Senior. What are you doing? Hit him already. Hit him already. He's sitting up there like, yeah, yeah, he did bad because I wasn't there. I wasn't there. He was losing by he's talking about the Shakur fight. He was losing with a jab. Oh, where were you, bro? Like, where were you then? Not only that, like, even if you were there, like, do you give good instructions? You know what I mean? Like, you guys did prepare for Shakur, right? You guys did prepare. Like, at the end of the day, Teal's gonna have to do what he gotta do. Guys, delusional, man. I don't know how Teal do it. Where's your power, bro? Dude, he hasn't had the power since he's at 135, man. He knocked out, yeah, he knocked out Richard Comey. Yeah, he did. He did. He knocked him out. But that's a levels. It's levels, man. It's levels. It is what it is. It's just levels. I think the only thing with Tio, I think for me, I don't know for y'all, but for me, I think the only reason why, you know, I can see him losing this fight is because he's had so many fights where he struggled in, going back to Nakatani, going back to fights like that. He's had fights where, yeah, Josh Taylor, Lomachenko, you know what I'm saying? Arnold Barbosa. Now, Arnold Barbosa was a really good win. I think that win was one of his better wins only because, like, Barbosa's been boxing good. He beat Jack Catterall. He recently beat this other dude. What's the dude he just beat? The black dude he just beat. But Arnold Barbosa's good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he ain't crazy, but he's good. And the way he beat him was very, very, very impressive. Detroit's, thank you. Detroit's Angel, appreciate that. Um, but yeah, I think with Teal, he's had so many fights, like the Sando Martin fight, like, the George Kambosos fight, the Nakatani fight, the Jermaine Ortiz fight, the Steve Claggett fight. He got these fights where it's like, did he win? Did he not win? It's like it's so many fights. Yeah, Kenneth Sims. Oh my God. Terrible fight. Terrible performance from Kenneth Sims. He did nothing that whole fight. But yeah, To's doing his ring walk out. He's like, it's a million kids out there holding belts. It's like a million kids he's walking out with right now, and they all got takeover belts or something. I'm not reading. Yeah, I'm not even repeating what this comment he just said. I think Sandor Martin got robbed of a knockdown. There was two knockdowns. They only counted one. They counted the second one as a slip, but that was a knockdown too. I mean, I think Eddie Reynoso's a little overrated as a trainer, honestly. But that's just me. Just a little bit. He said, "Who kids are these?" I got To. What's up, Valdezi? I got To on points. I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna. I mean, I could see him getting a stoppage, but I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna figure out. I think he's gonna struggle a little bit though. I could see him struggling a little bit, but I got To on points. I think he figures it out. Damn, yo. I was just talking about YMCA this morning because it was just Harlem Week, and on 135th, I was watching a video on YouTube. They were showing Harlem Week is on 135th Street. Anyway, the YMCA was right there. I used to go there for karate when I was young. We just talking about YMCA this morning. All right, so Tio is in the ring, and Rolly is doing his ring walk right now. No wasting no time. Why Rolly look like he just woke up? Like he looked like he just rubbed the crust out of his eye, and he's just walking in the ring like he looks like he just woke up. No flashy, nothing. He just walked in. Rolly's ready to fight. Right, Rolly's ready to go. Yeah, they. It's been a year and a half since Rolly fought. He fought Ryan. That fight in Times Square was in the beginning of 2025. We was at, I think, was I here? I think I was at my dad's house doing that live. That fight was a waste, right? That card, that whole thing they did in Times Square, that had so much potential. The execution just didn't really work, man. I think TL got him. Yeah, I hope they don't pull punches neither. I've been seeing a lot of comments that on that too. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think this is going to be a glorified sparring session. I hope that's not the case, but we'll see. Paying $80 for this is crazy. That's crazy. What was the first fight that y'all went to? What was the first live fight that you went to? First fight I went to, like, not fight, but like boxing match that was like broadcasted. I went to a I went to a Friday night fights card at ESPN on over there by Fordham. I forgot the theater that's over there on Fordham and um Grand Concourse. I forgot the name of the theater, but I went there a long time ago. It's probably like it's probably like nearly 20 years ago now. And I was actually you could actually see me on TV because I had like front row seats, but it was a small card. That was our first fight I went to, like as an adult, I guess that someone didn't bring me to. Damn, you still ain't been to one? That's crazy. Yeah, I gotta go to a fight live. If you can go, try to get close as you can. Some of y'all went to some good fights, man. I went like I started fast. It took me years to start going to like really good fights. I don't know, man. T.O.'s got to do that Brooklyn thing for the rest of his life. I guess saying came from Florida is not as tough. It is what it is. All right, face off. Let's go. Let's get it. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Everybody, please, 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 real quick. Hit the thumbs up. All right. Thank you for supporting us. Get up to 150 likes real quick. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys, man, for coming through. All right, here we go. Hopefully we get our money's worth because we ain't get it yet. We ain't see nothing good yet. Hopefully we get a fight. Okay, here we go. I see now that they're standing there like in front of each other, like Teal looks like a good size at 147. Even though Rolly's very muscular, Teal looks he's a good size at the weight, even though Rolly's like a little bit more muscular. But he looked like he's a 47 guy. Let's see if this extra weight is going to take away from his speeds and explosiveness a little bit. So far, it's a chess match. TO's boxing. Rolly got some good speed. Yeah, Tio definitely looks bigger than he was at 140. Good jab to the body from Rolly. Tio caught him up top. Crowd is cheering for Rolly. You can hear him. Tio lands to the body. Nothing but jabs so far for the most part. They definitely both filling each other out. I think Tio's getting a little bit better. The little jabs war, the fencing war that they got going on right now. Teofimo with the looping left hook blocked by Tio. Rolly with the looping left hook blocked by Tio. I mean, Tio can't block himself. Not much action. Good hook from Rolly. Good hook from Rolly. He caught him that time. 30 seconds to go. Filling out round. Oh, good 1-2 from Rolly. I mean, from Tio. Tio blocked the hook. The same hook that Rolly threw. He's been leading with a left hook. Blocked and countered with a right hand. Tio's being a little aggressive to finish off this round. Good round. Good round. It's a filling out round for the most part. I gotta give the edge to Tio though. He's landing a little bit more with the jab, landing that nice right cross counter at the end. But it's just a filling out round. I didn't get much from neither in that round. But I mean, a lot of respect from both. Don't feel like it was a sparring session though. But I gave round 1 to Tio. I'm gonna write down my scorecard. All right, what do you guys got? You guys got Tio. All right, round 2. A lot of fencing between the two. Rolly lands to the body. Tio triples the jab. Didn't really land. Nice little shot to the body lands for Tio. Rolly shoots a backhand to the body. Looked like it was partially blocked by Tio. Tio lands a jab to the body. A lot of jabs to the body from both. Nice little combo from Tio. He touches Rolly to the body again. Consistently. I think that's the plan. Tio's been definitely sticking that jab to the body. He's gonna loop it, come over the top with that at some point. Rolly's, he's trying to time that left hook counter. The right cross lands for Tio clean. Tio is coming forward. Yes, he is. He's been coming forward the whole fight so far. Tio's being very aggressive. This is not a sparring match, y'all. They're doing with power, but Tio is landing. Tio, yeah, Rolly's looking to counter with the hook majority of the time, but he just hasn't really he hasn't really connected with that. Well, he caught him there though. He caught him there. Rolly got to get the jab going. He's not doing it enough. He's landed it a couple of times, but he need to get the jab going. Tio's going to that body. Tio's committing to that body. 45 seconds to go in the second round. Much better round for Tio here. He's got Rolly on the back foot the entire fight. Nice little check left hook lands for Rolly, but not a lot of power behind it. I don't think Rolly should just remain on the back foot like this. But he's getting pressured by Tio. That check left hook is catching Tio a little bit. Good round. I got Tio up two. Rolly landing a couple little check left hooks, but Tio's landing the. He's definitely in control of the fight. He's the aggressor. He's coming forward. He's landing more jabs, and he's landing a more effective shots to me. That cameraman staying on Teofimo Senior. They stayed on Teofimo. They making sure he's giving instructions on the quarter. I can't hear him clearly because I do have the volume down. Pretty good. It's I mean, I'm glad that it's not a sparring session. I am to say it. Like I know they friends, but I don't feel like I'm watching a fight between friends. You know what I mean? I feel like these guys are both trying to win, and they both are really trying to set up a big shot, especially Tio. I think Rolly needs to pump that jab a little more. They both trade jabs to start off the third. He has to use a jab a little bit more though. Ooh, good counter right hand from Tio lands behind that jab of Rolly. That's how you take it away. Tio still stabbing him to the body. Tio with a right hand to the body. Right cross. Jab lands for Tio. Tio's just he's just landing the right shots at the right time. A lot of these are not heavy shots, but he's just beating Rolly to the punch so far. Rolly's still on the back foot. Again, he's boxing better. Like he's Rolly's boxing is improved, but Tio is outboxing him for the moment. Rolly's really committed to that check left hook. That's the only thing that's been working for him in this. And I think Tio's made him lose confidence in throwing a jab. He countered him with a couple right crosses, and Rolly is not committed to that jab. Rolly with the shoulder roll defense, but he's not really using it to his advantage. He's too far out. He's doing the Shakur Stevenson hop back all night. So what does Rolly do at this point? Does he just start being more aggressive? Like, he's trying to box with this shoulder roll thing, and he's moving like Shakur. Like, what is he doing? Yo, I don't know what Rolly's doing, man. But I think I think he's really trying to fight Tio like the way Shakur did. He's doing the move. He's overly moving now. That round, like I don't know. That's not what his thing is. He's trying to beat him by doing what Shakur did. He's not Shakur. You know, you gotta attack. I know he doesn't want to get caught, but you gotta attack. That's the way he fights. All right. I'm leaving this pin down and see us until I see Rolly do something. I mean, Tio's winning and he's just outboxing him. You know, as long as he doesn't do anything reckless, don't force anything, he'll be fine. I mean, his boxing is great so far, but he looks like himself. Just to say, 3 rounds in, I don't feel like Tio looks any different from what we normally see. I just think he's just doing what Tio do. Like it's just working. He's a good boxer, you know. And Rolly he's just trying to counter Tio and nothing else. He's relying on that check left hook, but nothing else. Rolly's trying to stand his ground now and try to get Tio on the back foot a little bit here. He's trying to he's standing his ground, not moving back as much. Rolly, nice left hook. He caught him there. Not a lot of power behind him, but he caught Tio there. Right to the body from Tio. Caught Tio again with that left hook and caught him with a right hand. Okay. He's caught Tio a few times in this round. Halfway through it. The fourth. Looping right hand by Tio and they tie up. Rolly back on the back foot. Not much action for Tio this round. Probably Rolly's best round so far. Not much happening, but he's at least connected with a few good shots. Tio with the check left hook. Rolly with the 1-2. Tio with a hard jab to the body. We get some exchanges here. Rolly starting to step in a little bit, let his hands go. Hook to the body lands for Tio. Tio's just sticking to the jab. It goes right back to the jab, to the body. Yeah, Rolly's having a good round. Crowd is definitely Rolly there to support Rolly. Right cross for Tio. All speed, not much power. Another check left hook. Rolly with the right to the body. Okay, that's Rolly round for me. Rolly got over. The crowd is cheering. He finally got around. He finally got around. The crowd is cheering. They're going crazy. They are in Vegas too. Rolly's from out there. Teal's from New York or Florida or whatever. I got it 3-1. That was some good boxing for Rolly. He connected that round pretty good. Teal looks the same to me. Teal looks the same. Teal looks like, he's doing good, but I'm not seeing anything different, Like this is Teal. Teal's doing what Teal does. So what's Teal gonna do? Rolly's doing this moving stuff. He's very confident in his skill set, Rolly. I think that last round gave him some confidence. Lopez is Teofimo is I mean Aroli is starting to let the right hand go a little bit. That's the difference between the fourth and fifth round and the first three. Rolly was committed to that left hook. Now he's sneaking in right hands, catching Teo, making Teo thinking he's gonna throw the hook. This is the chess match, y'all. It's not a lot of action. There has barely been any exchanges, and usually they end up tying up what they do. Um, Not a lot of like action though. It's a boxing match. This is what you would get if Shakur and Devin Haney would fight each other. You probably get more. You probably get even more action than that than this. This has been, they're both in the counter. But Roly now again, he stepped in. Oh, he got Tio bleeding. He caught Tio with a check left hook, and Tio is bleeding. He got cut on the eye from it, and he's bleeding. And he caught him again with another left hook. Oh wow. Okay, what's the Tio? Oh, Tio just hit him with a big shot, but then Roly came back and hit him. Roly's going crazy. He got Tio on the ropes. Tio goes down, but it's a slip. He got pushed down. What's happening right now? This fight just got alive. It's up. Yo, Rolly's all over Teofimo Lopez. He sees blood. Rolly got to be careful because we saw this with Tank. Don't walk into something. You got to be careful. Now Rolly's fighting like Rolly. Tio's on a back. By the way, the cut on Tio's right eye is bad. He's bleeding all over his right eye. Tio is Tio just countered him with a right hand. Oh, this is a big round. This is a war now. Here we go. Here we go. Tio's walking forward, talking to him like, yo, let's. Oh man, we gotta fight. We gotta fight. Rolly got it. Yo, 2 rounds back to back. That's a bad cut on Tio. It's not above the eyes. It's still kind of on the side, but the amount of blood that was all around his eye was pretty bad. That's a bad cut. It's right here in the corner. 3-2 Tio. Easy rounds to score. Boom. Rolly almost dropped Tio. Rolly almost dropped Tio. Tio he crouched so low, it was almost a knockdown. It almost looked at George. It was a sack. It was the exact same punch that George Kambosos landed in the first round of the Tio fight. Wow. So Tio's under pressure. Tio's under pressure. We got a real fight. Tio comes about fast. He got Rolly back on the back foot, but it doesn't matter because Rolly's been countering and catching him pretty good. Rolly's timing took over the last 2 rounds, and Rolly's been way better in the last 2 rounds than Tio was in the first three. Tio's being aggressive again, got it putting more pressure on Rolly. Rolly's still connected with that left hook. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Tio was dipping under the left hook earlier, but I don't know. He's just been catching him on his way in. Oh, good combination to the body from Tio. We're in the 6th round, y'all. I have it 3-2 for Tio. Not much from Rolly so far this round. Tio waiting for the I mean, Rolly's waiting for the counter. They both tie up. Halfway through the sixth, mostly Tio here, but nothing significant. But he's the one that's doing all the work this round so far. Rolly's still looking to counter him with that left hook. See, the problem with Tio is him being aggressive. He might walk into that overhand right like he did the last round again. You got to be careful. Rolly's starting to bruise up in the face. He ain't cut, but he's bruised. Seeing, I don't know if that blood is from Tio's gloves that's on Rolly's face, because Rolly, it's probably the blood from Tio's gloves. I don't see a cut or anything, but he's bruising a little bit. 30 seconds to go on the six. Good jab to the body from Rolly. He's starting to pick it up a little bit here, but Tio attacks to the body again. Oh, Tio almost got caught. Walking into check left hooks. He didn't go down. Rolly's a lot of movement here. Good round. Good round. I think Tio took it back. I think it was a good. I think Rolly has some success there, but I think Tio. I have to give Tio the round. I think he did. He was just more consistent in that round. I have it 4-2. Halfway through, I got it 4-2. Nah, it wasn't a knockdown. He didn't touch the gloves. The ropes didn't hold him up. I mean, his gloves didn't touch the ground. He didn't get held up by the ropes. It wasn't a knockdown. His knee didn't touch the canvas. He just dipped. Chris Mannix has it unofficially scored three. No, I'm sorry, 4-2 as well. He has it different rounds than I do though. He gave the first to Rolly, so I have it 4-2, but he has it 4-2 with different rounds. So judges will definitely. Oh, nice combination from Tio. I'm sorry, nice combination there. Tio's still coming for it. Rolly's still looking to counter. It's good. Good. It turned out to be a pretty good fight so far. Oh, big overhand right from Tio, but Rolly responds with a straight right hand. Yeah. Good check left hook, lead left hook from Rolly that time. Lead left hook. And Rolly jabs to the body halfway through the seventh. Seems like the corners did a decent job. Oh, whoa. Huge overhand right from Rolly from the outside. Misses. Look like the corner's doing a decent job with that cut. It's still bleeding, still coming down, but it's not as bad as it's the round that it opened up on Tio. We got a minute left in the seventh. Rolly's starting to move a lot again. Crowd is definitely supporting Rolly here. What happened to Tio's jab? They both hook. Neither one of them landed clean. Yeah, Lopez. I think. I mean, honestly, the counters has been working for Rolly, but you know, Tio is still the aggressor here, and I kind of I want to see Rolly attack a little bit. The whole left side of Rolly's body is red from the body shots, and one just landed again. Oh, wow. Rolly, very last punch that is thrown at the bell connects from Rolly. And Tio did a little dance at the end. I gave the round to Tio, by the way. But Tio did get hurt by that last shot. Buzzed him a little bit. I mean, Rolly got power, man. Ooh, that was a nice exchange. This has been a pretty good fight. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I'm entertained. They still got Tio as a minus 400. By the way, good combination to the body from Tio. But Rolly has been the one that, surprisingly, Rolly has buzzed him more in this fight. He buckled him twice, and he had him doing a little dance in that last round. All right, please, yo, hit that, smash that like button real quick. Everybody, hit the thumbs up. Let's get these likes up. Oh, good right cross from Rolly. Didn't land the cleanest, but it was a good shot. We got a lot of fight left. It's only the eighth round. Good hook from Rolly again. He's been on point with that hook, but he hasn't been throwing much else anything. He throws a good right hand every now and then, but he's not throwing enough. He's not attacking Tio. He's focused on the counter and then nothing else. Now Tio's starting to move. Rolly's starting to let his hands go. He landed a couple jabs to the body of Tio. Now Tio's coming back forward again. Ooh, big shot from Tio. I don't think Tio has the power like he used to. I mean, I was saying that early, but I mean, some of these shots he landed on Rolly were clean and it didn't have no real effect. You know what I mean? Like these are shots that he used to knock guys out with back in the day. You know what I mean? I just think that Rolly, even though he's landing these good shots, it's just not enough. I just feel like he needs to attack more. And outside of the crowd reaction, I think Tio is edging these rounds. He's just edging these rounds. It's just not enough. You landing a check left hook or two, a jab or two, but you're not. Tio's doing the majority of the work in there. You know, that's just the way I see it. Rolly's doing a good job. They got Tio at a -650 now. They have it at a -650. But based on the crowd, you would think that Rolly's winning this because they definitely supporting him out here. But I think Lopez is edging like all of these rounds. I mean, I gave Rolly 2 rounds. I gave him the fourth and the fifth. You know, Chris Manis unofficially has it. He has it 4-2 as well. Just I think we're just 1 round off, but he gave Rolly the first and the fifth. I gave Rolly the fourth and the fifth. Rolly's waist is crazy. Did you guys see that? Dude, that guy's waist look crazy. It's the whole thing is messed up from those body shots. And Tio's staying at it. Tio's starting to keep that glove up, keep that phone up when he's in there. He's stepping in there like that. He's expecting the hook. Now he's ducking underneath. He drew a right, ducked right underneath that hook. Connected with a right to the body. Rolly's starting to come forward or try to. Tio with the jab. Nice and easy from Tio. Rolly's Romero's just not throwing enough punches, man. I don't know what's going on. I feel like he wants to land one big shot. I think he knows that he can hurt Tio, but he's fighting as in, and that's only way. That's the goal. He's not throwing enough punches, man. Yeah, I don't know. Again, nice hook there, but that power ain't having the same effect. And Tio's blocking a lot of these hooks, by the way. He landed another hook. Bleeding started on Tio a little bit, but it's another roll. It's another clear Tio round. He needs to throw. He needs to throw some combinations. You know, lead with the left hook. Where's the overhand right? You know, what's the right? The right hand is like it's not working. Like what's going on? It's like he's trying to check left hook Tio to death. He's fighting like Ryan Garcia right now. You feel me? He's fighting. He's doing what Ryan Garcia do. I like at this point. I'm like feeling like is Rolly just cruising? Like what is he doing? He's not fighting like a guy that I feel like he's trying to win at this point. He's cruising right through this fight. Yeah, I don't think he's trying to win, y'all. This is not. I don't know. Uh, it's disappointing. I don't really know what to say at this point. It's like in the last 2 to 3 rounds, about 3 rounds, it's been the same gear. Excuse me. It's been the same for like the last 3 rounds or so. Nobody's doing anything. I mean, Tio is still attacking, but he's doing what he needs to do to win each round. And Rolly is just, I don't know. It was good for the first half. Well, it got good for a few rounds, but now I don't know what happened. It's just like I just think they're coasting. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Corey. This happened with the Ryan fight too. Oh, big overhand right from TL. Best shot he's landed in a couple rounds. And Rolly's moving. Rolly's moving. That affected him a little bit. That was a good shot. That was the best shot in a few rounds. This did happen in Ryan. You are 100% right. Rolly caught him early, and then he just kind of he never switched gears again. But this time he's losing the fight, and he's still fighting as if. Oh, big shot from TL. TL is having a big round here, huge round here. Romero's running, and they tie up. I haven't given Rolly a round since the 5th round. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much like 8-2 or whatever at this point. Nah, I don't think T.O.'s stopping him. T.O.'s hitting him. T.O. has he's buzzed Rolly a couple times, but I've never seen a punch that landed that made me think that Rolly was badly hurt. Like in the fights that we seen Rolly in, where he was actually hurt. And you got to remember, Rolly is, even though he's been knocked out twice, he is fighting at 47. You know, all right, 11th round, and Tio goes straight to the body again. Yeah, what does Tio do at this point? I mean, this guy, it doesn't seem like he could knock him out, and Rolly needs a knockout to win. But Rolly's not changing gears. He's sticking to his game plan, trying to catch Tio making a mistake. Guys, hit the thumbs up, please. No, it wasn't the greatest card, but smash that like button, support. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. That's the thing. Like, Rolly got a strong right hand. Like, when he be like he threw a couple times just now. Like, where is that? Like he fell in love with that damn check left hook because he's throwing a right hand now more. But where was it earlier? Outside of the fourth and fifth rounds, like you should have been hitting that. What's that power? Nice right, nice. Tio, ooh, Tio hurt him. Tio hurt him with that shot. He caught him with a good right hand. That definitely buzzed him for a second. Rolly is starting to get sloppy. He, he's ODing with that left hook, man. Like he's lunging in. Oh, he caught him there. Kind of cuffed him in the back, but good right hand though. Short right hand lands for Rolly. He caught him at the end. They had a nice little exchange at the end. That was nice. That was a nice little bit of action towards the end of that round. That was the best action we got in some time. Please, guys, please, one last time before we get out of here, hit that like button. If you are new, please subscribe to the channel. All right. Boxings will be picking up the next upcoming weeks. They touch gloves, hug, last round. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what they do this last round. The crowd is hype. They standing up. Let's see if anything happens this last round. The 11th round was the best round we got in a while. A lot of empty seats in there. Pharaoh, thank you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. And the new call it. Got it right on this one. Teal on points. Unless something happens crazy now. Teal keeping the pressure going, but Rolly's being more active. Yeah, Rolly's throwing a lot this round. This is how he's fighting like how he normally fight this round. In this round, he's fighting like how he normally fight. Like, but he should have been doing that earlier in the fight. He's throwing right hands. He's throwing more jabs. Teal's still coming at him though. He still got him on a back foot. All right, we closing out. 25 seconds to go. No official knockdowns. Overhand right lands for Tio. All right. All right. And the new. And the new. It wasn't bad. It was a decent scrap. It was decent. Not a pay per view, but you know, they hug it out. I don't know. Judge has been on some bullshit tonight. I feel like this is gonna be a majority decision. I think this is gonna be like a majority decision. I think there's gonna be a draw in there with one of those judges. I want to see Rolly fight the loser of Conor Ben and Ryan Garcia if Conor Ben decides to stay at 147. I feel like one of them judges, I don't know, they're gonna hook up the Vegas guy. Nah, I think Rolly's gonna be fine. I think he's gonna be fine. I think Tio wouldn't have been fine if he lost. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was a little nervous in the fourth, fifth rounds. I was a little worried about the fourth and fifth round. I ain't gonna lie. Um, when Rolly connected with that left and cut him, I was like, yeah, this might be a bad night for me. What did I tell you? Majority decision. What did I tell you? Majority decision. 114, 114, 115, 113, and 116, 112. And the new. Yes, and the new. I told y'all majority. I just told you guys. They gave it to Tio. I told you one of the judges, he's in Vegas. They Vegas take care of their guys. Vegas take care of their guys. Told you. I told you. It almost was a draw. They were 115, 113, 116, 112. He almost didn't win. Yo, you can't play. You saw the cards from the previous fights tonight. It's dirty sport, bro. Come on, we here. Why do you think I hit on the draws? Because I know these guys are dirty. I always count out. I always think that the home cooking guy, they're gonna give him the draw. It's a dirty sport. Yeah. Teofimo won. They just didn't make it easy for him. They don't want him bringing that title back to New York. They're asking him about the scorecards. He just shrugs. He said I got some work to do, but I just want to say thank you guys. He said if you lost and you came back, you're a winner. It's not about losing, it's about never giving up. Yeah, salute to everybody in the chat, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna always tell you guys. I'm always gonna tell you guys my scorecard, but I'm always gonna tell you guys the scorecard of what I think they're gonna give them. Teofimo seeing this screamed on the mic. 3-time world champion. Asked him if that was the hardest he got hit. He said I was buzzed. I got right back up. Nah, thank you guys for coming through. I know I ain't been on here much, but you guys still turned up for me, man. I appreciate you guys. David, thank you. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you. I still think Rolly need to move on. He said, Replica said, senior, all in the video. uh the fight is over, guys. Teofimo won on points. If you're just joining us, I still think he needs to move on. I think like he did what he had to do, but I don't see any like improvements in him. I just think he did what he had to do to win. You know, I don't. I said this after the second round, maybe third round. I was like, yo, Teal's just fighting like Teal. Everything he did in every other fight, he did in this fight. So whenever he lost, he just lost because he lost. You know, I think the George Kambosos fight was definitely a bad performance because he underestimated that guy and he was trying to knock him out quickly and he paid for it. But other than that, he's had a lot of tough fights. And he's a good fighter still, but I don't see, if he wants to he has great ability, but if he wants to take it to the next level, I think he's just gonna need somebody else there. They're interviewing Rolly now. They asked him if they think he did enough, and he said, "I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ," and he just walked away. He's not talking. He just walked out of the ring. All right. I mean, that's how Rolly been moving lately. Yo, he's out. All right. All right, guys, man. I had a good time. Thank you guys for coming through. Um, predictions for Moses Antama will be up. I think that's the fight this week. And let me look at the schedule since before I get off the live. What do we have this week? We got plan take against Lester Martinez. That's gonna be this Saturday. Nikita Zoo is fighting. Michaela Miller, Chantel Cameron, which is a pretty good fight. Um, But I've definitely got you on a Moses Atama Philip Hergovich fight. Do a breakdown for that next week. Katie Taylor, last fight. Um, yeah, but we got some boxing, man, coming up. All right, and I figure I'll let you guys know about Saturday and possibly going live this upcoming Saturday. I'll let you guys know what I'll do. But y'all have a good night, have a good weekend, have a good Sunday, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, y'all have a good night. Peace.